Chapter 1855. Think I'm made of clay? Ling Han broke into a grin, turned to look at the heavenly phoenix divine maiden, and asked, Feng'er, my wife, can you tolerate that? No, the heavenly phoenix divine maiden said with loathing. This Lu Yu kept using shifty eyes to peer at her, which made her feel disgusted. Ling Han shook his head and said, Neither can I. He took a step forwards and walked towards Lu Yu. Hey. We can discuss things politely, don't damage a good relationship. Zhu Jin hurriedly jumped out to mediate the conflict. He was a businessman and amiability made you rich. Furthermore, it was indeed Lu Yu who was too unconscientious in this matter. They had already kindly allowed him to have the cultivation chamber, so why did he still have to be so imperious? Did he really think that the other was made of clay and could be squeezed and molded as he liked? Zhu Jin, get lost. Lu Yu said aggressively and disdainfully declared, Through all the years in my life, this is the first time I have encountered someone that dares to think of making me apologize. Ling Han gave a light push and Zhu Jin was already pushed to the side. He stretched out a hand to grab Lu Yu. Alchemy City had its laws. Fighting was not forbidden, but murder was definitely not allowed off course. You could completely commit murder deep in the mountains and forests as long as there were no witnesses. Ordinarily, as long as the person who had died was not someone too important, and there was no one bringing a lawsuit, Alchemy City couldn't be bothered to care. And there was another factor. Unless it was the inferior side that had taken the initiative to provoke the other, elites were strictly forbidden from making a move on those weaker than them. Because there were too many forces in Alchemy City, if a junior from any clan was beaten and the seniors ran out in search of revenge, wouldn't the whole city be in complete chaos? Thus, the matters of juniors would be solved amongst juniors. And Ling Han knew this, which was why he would move without reservations like this. As long as he did not beat Lu Yu to death, there wouldn't be any dividing soul-tier elites coming out to deal with him. How dare you? Lu Yu sneered. He delivered a palm strike towards Ling Han. Even though he was arrogant as if he was a profligate young master, in truth, his natural talent and cultivation was not weak in the slightest. Otherwise, he couldn't have possibly become one of the heirs of the martial arts branch of the Lu clan. The Lu clan of Blue Eternity City was a noble clan of alchemy. Blue Eternity City was a subordinate force under the jurisdiction of Alchemy City. It was similarly filled with alchemists. There were a total of 2 grand elders in the Lu clan. One was focused on alchemy, but he was only a 1-star alchemist. Even so, a 1-star alchemist was actually already pretty amazing. The other grand elder specialized in martial arts, and was a dividing soul-tier elite. After all, mere alchemy was not enough. They couldn't ask others for help whenever something came up, after all. Only their own strength was the most reliable. And thus there were 2 branches of the Lu clan. Those who had high natural talent in martial arts would be focused on cultivating martial arts, and those with natural talent in alchemy would focus on alchemy. For example, Lu Yu did not have any particularly bright talent in alchemy, but his natural talent in martial arts was not too bad. Naturally, he had entered into the martial arts branch. Because of Lu Yu's background, when he had come to Alchemy City for leisure this time, he was already targeted by many merchant noble clans wanting to obtain a new supply route of alchemical pills through connections with him. In the celestial realm, the supply of alchemical pills was always less than demand. Having so many revolving around him, contesting for his favor, Lu Yu's sense of superiority naturally exploded, and he had also taken the opportunity to make exorbitant demands and ask for benefits. For example, Blue Eternity City did not have this time cultivation chamber, and he was determined to try it out no matter what. And now, Ling Han actually dared make a move on him. Did he really think that just because Lu Yu had come from a clan of alchemists, his battle prowess was weak? You are really much too naive. Ling Han did not take it to heart at all. To say nothing of the fact that Lu Yu was not even a king tier, and was a weakling that had just advanced into the 2nd severance, so what if he was a 4th severance peak stage king tier? A palm descended and Lu Yu was picked up by his neck. Whoa! Lu Yu's limbs waved around madly in pain, but it was only pointless effort. In Ling Han's hands he was nothing more than an infant. Friend. Zhu Jin was almost jumping around in his anxiety. If Lu Yu was really wounded, not only would the Zhu clan be unable to do business with the Lu clan, if the Lu clan announced and demanded that other alchemists not do business with them either, then the Zhu clan would be in big trouble. But he could not get near Ling Han at all. Under the pressure of his aura, he could only pace back and forth 9 meters away. Only now did he know just how powerful Ling Han was. He couldn't help but sigh involuntarily in his heart. Lu Yu, why did you have to trifle with him for no reason like this? He had already allowed you to have the cultivation chamber, and you still insisted on being pompous, so who would be beaten if not you? But he couldn't just stand and watch either, though he also quite disliked Lu Yu, wanting nothing more than for the latter to be beaten. It should not be done in front of his eyes at least. He continuously mediated from the sidelines, talking about Lu Yu's background, and hoping that he could convince Ling Han not to be reckless. How could Ling Han possibly give him any regard? He only set his eyes on Lu Yu and said, "With such a smelly mouth, did you grow up from eating mud?" The large black dog was not here, and he was not very creative, so he could only pick up a rock from the ground, crush it, then stuff the dirt into Lu Yu's mouth. Whoa! Lu Yu wanted to spit it out, but could not do as he wished at all, and could only shake his head in pain. Actually, with his cultivation level, eating rocks was not a big deal. The problem was that this was too humiliating. Some have ended their cultivation and just happened to walk out. When they saw this scene, they involuntarily burst into laughter. Lu Yu's face instantly flushed bright red, and he felt as if those gazes from the spectators were like blades that pierced painfully into him. He had never ever been so humiliated. He stared at Ling Han furiously. He vowed that he would kill this person definitely. "Hey, you still haven't learnt your lesson?" Ling Han asked coldly. Pa, he delivered a slap over. Pooh. The rocks in Lu Yu's mouth instantly spewed out. Not only that, there were also a few broken teeth mixed in. One side of his face heavily swelled up, which showed how strong the force of this slap was. This naturally was because Ling Han had not used his full strength. Otherwise, Lu Yu's form and spirit would have long since been obliterated. Puh. Ling Han pressed down again, and Lu Yu's whole head sunk deeply into the tiles. Thankfully, severing mundane tier had too much time and origin power, so they could temper their physique whilst they cultivated, so their physique was strong enough. Otherwise, even if Lu Yu didn't die from this blow, he would be half dead. But even so, he was still seeing stars and didn't even remember who he was anymore. His arms were drooping weakly while his behind was raised high. This position was a little ambiguous. Ling Han couldn't help but think of the large black dog. If the large black dog was here, he would probably do that, right? He revealed a demon-like grin and said, "Fenger, my wife, leave for a while." The heavenly phoenix divine maiden nodded, and entered into the black tower. Meanwhile, Ling Han drew out a bamboo pole. This was a saintly item. The 9-segment purple bamboo and was astonishingly tough. Each segment would only grow in 100 million years, and it was extremely valuable. He snickered, and with a piu he stabbed the bamboo pole into Lu Yu's behind. Ah! Even if Lu Yu's senses were already a little fuzzy at this point, the pain of having his A*S stabbed still forced him back to consciousness. He tried his best to shake his behind, wanting to expel the strange object, but how could it possibly go the way he wanted? Zhu Jin, meanwhile, was already completely dumbfounded. It was over. The young master of the Lu clan actually had his A*S stabbed under his escort. He would not be able to absolve himself of his responsibility either. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Though Ling Han's current action had gone a little too far, could he really be blamed? If he was being honest, and if it was himself in the former's place, would he be even more furious? Why should Ling Han just take it lying down? He was not a saint. In the future, be a good man. There are many people in this world that have better strength and background than you. You should feel fortunate that this is Alchemy City. Otherwise, with my temper, I would have long since killed you. Ling Han patted the bamboo pole, and it shook under his hand, causing Lu Yu's screams of pain to lift a few notes higher. Chapter 1856. Finding a Helper. There was naturally no way that such a sudden event could affect Ling Han. Within the capacity of the game rules, he really was not afraid of anyone. The prerequisite was that he, too, had to be playing according to the rules and could not step too far out of bounds. If a dividing soul tier did not move out, who could do anything against him? Ling Han clapped his hands. This saintly material was considered as his gift. In any case, he definitely did not want it back any longer. Even if it was plucked out, it would stink for 10,000 years. He used the seal to open the cultivation chamber, entered, and then drew out his cauldron, getting ready to concoct alchemical pills. "Young master Yu." Zhu Jin hurriedly approached to help Lu Yu up. He first helped him pull out his head from the tiles. My behind. My behind." Lu Yu wanted to rub his behind, but he had just stretched his hand back, and was immediately assaulted by agonizing pain. He involuntarily pushed his waist forwards, but with a move like this, the bamboo pole also went in further, and his behind felt another bout of extreme pain. It just so happened that someone had walked out from the cultivation chamber. Seeing how there was a long bamboo pole stabbed into Lu Yu's asterisk, he was first stunned, and then immediately erupted with raucous laughter. He was definitely not the only one. The stone chamber doors beside him had also opened, and another person walked out. He similarly was stunned for a moment before laughing so hard that there were tears in his eyes. "Brother Ma, what is this man doing? He's a pervert that likes having his asterisk stabbed. What hardcore tastes." The two of them clearly knew each other. They should have come together to cultivate here, as only then could they exit at the same time. As they watched Lu Yu, they conversed and then walked outwards. When Lu Yu heard this, his face naturally turned dull red in color, and he felt as if his whole life had become dark and gray, without the slightest bit of brightness left. He gritted his teeth and said to Zhu Jin, "Bastard, quickly pull that thing out." Zhu Jin nodded and placed his hands on the bamboo pole. "Ow, ow, ow," Lu Yu called out quickly. With each slight tremble of the hand, his asterisk would be tortured another time. Zhu Jin suddenly drew out with force and the bamboo pole was finally pulled out. Then, with a pu, an arrow of blood also sprayed out from Lu Yu's asterisk. "Ah!" Lu Yu screamed out again, but it was better to deal with painful things quickly. After this bamboo pole had been pulled out, though the pain he suffered was heart-piercing, and he felt a sudden moment of emptiness, he finally needed not suffer any more torture. He covered his behind with one hand, fire practically shooting from his eyes. His trousers had naturally been completely dyed crimson from blood. "Bastard, we are completely irreconcilable." "Young master, you forget it," Zhu Jin advised. He was a native citizen of Alchemy City, and naturally was very clear about the laws of the city. Ordinarily speaking, if Lu Yu wanted to get his revenge, he could only find a severing mundane tier to take vengeance for him, or wait until Ling Han went into some desolate, remote location so he could send out a dividing soul tier instead. But from the strength that Ling Han had previously displayed, how many severing mundane tiers could actually be capable of suppressing him? It would probably have to be someone at king tier level, right? Zhu Jin was only a normal severance, and as he saw it, Ling Han definitely could not be a king tier. Otherwise, what did he mean by coming to the 5th level? And because Lu Yu was an outsider, the application to enter into the 2nd level had not been approved yet, and that was why he could only tour around in the 1st level. Otherwise he would not have met Ling Han either. Thus, though Ling Han's previous display was astonishing, Zhu Jin still thought that he could be suppressed by a king tier. The problem here was, how were they supposed to get a king tier to move out for them? To say nothing of the fact that he, Zhu Jin, definitely did not have that ability, Lu Yu similarly did not. "You get lost." Lu Yu pushed Zhu Jin aside, his expression filled with loathing. As he saw it, Zhu Jin had only wanted to watch him being humiliated. Otherwise, why hadn't he helped him just now? To offer a few words of advice so insincerely, who didn't know how to do this? Despicable. Zhu Jin wanted to make another attempt. After all, the Zhu clan was a merchant clan. "Young master, you. Fuck, are you scramming or not?" Lu Yu glared, feeling that Zhu Jin was repulsive, practically not so much better than Ling Han. He had suffered such a massive grievance and he actually advised him to forget it? Fuck him. Did he think that he really had to depend on their Zhu clan? Humph, there were quite a number of clans fighting to express goodwill to him. It was only that he had been blind to actually choose a guy like this that was so cowardly and disloyal. Humph. With a flutter of his sleeve, he rushed out the doors. However, with him leaving like this, his behind was naturally shockingly painful, and his hands involuntarily came up to support himself. Then, with his legs clamped tightly together, he walked ahead in an incredibly awkward manner. However, a severing mundane tier was still a severing mundane tier after all. Even walking in such a manner, his speed was still incredibly fast. In an instant, he had disappeared without a trace. Zhu Jin couldn't help but sigh. He did not know how to react, but ultimately he did not set off in pursuit any longer. He was also a man that had his pride. He had already repeatedly humbled himself, yet was only brushed off with a cold shoulder. He had really had enough. Lu Yu walked some distance away and involuntarily stopped, beginning to ponder. Whom should he find? Actually, he also knew the laws of Alchemy City. Thus, if the helper he found was not strong enough, that would actually be seeking his own humiliation. That's it, I'll find Sun Dong. His eyes lit up and he clapped his hands. However, because of this action, it pulled on the muscles in his behind, causing him to yell out again. The passers-by on the streets all turned to look in his direction. Lu Yu hurriedly entered into his spatial god tool. Whatever the case, he had to change his clothes first. The Sun Clan's strength is very impressive in the first place, and Sun Dong is even known as the Little King tier, with a cultivation level of 4th Severance Peak stage. He is just a little proud and not as obedient as the others, which was why I didn't seek him out. The Sun Clan is also a supporter of Holy Sun Lu Xianming. If Sun Dong is still unable to deal with that brat, his only option would definitely be to ask for help from Lu Xianming. If even Lu Xianming still can't do anything to that guy, then I'll yield. I'll go seek Sun Dong out now. Lu Yu exited the spatial god tool, and walked all the way to a brothel in an incredibly awkward manner. Sun Clan was a 3-star force. Their main clan was at the 4th level. If Lu Yu wanted to find the Sun Clan, he had to first contact members of the Sun Clan, and have the Sun Clan step out on his behalf to be able to bring him up to that level. But how could Lu Yu have so much time? Thankfully, this Sun Dong was most fond of frequenting brothels and the prostitute. Industry was best developed on the 5th level. In a whole year there were at least 8 months that he had spent here. Thus, Lu Yu very proficiently found his way over. After all, he too had played around here for some time, so he knew his way around. The people in the brothel also recognized a big customer like him, and when they saw him enter they all greeted him respectively. "Hey young master, why are you clamping your behind so tightly? It can't be that you played too wildly last night and got her at pet, right?" A woman approached him and used the silken handkerchief in her hand to lightly slap Lu Yu's chest. If this was any other time, Lu Yu would definitely laugh out loud and take the advantage of the opportunity to grope her breasts a bit, but now his rage was unbridled. He had delivered a slap right at that woman's face. "Who are you saying has been our pet?" he demanded sinisterly, feeling an urge to commit murder. Instantly, everyone fell silent out of fear, not daring to make the slightest noise. Lu Yu, why are you in such a nasty mood? You really got our pet? Amidst a bout of loud laughter, a young man walked out, each of his arms slung around the shoulders of a woman in revealing clothing on either side. It was Sun Dong. "Young Master Dong." Lu Yu hurriedly approached. In front of the other party he did not dare to put on any airs at all. This was also the reason why he had not sought out Sun Dong previously, as he would not have any feeling of superiority. Chapter 1857. Here Comes Trouble. "Lu Yu, it can't be that you were really our pet, right?" Sun Dong paused. Looking at his awkward posture, it really looked like that was the case. After all, though he had never our pet men before, he had played with a considerable number of women. Immediately Lu Yu's face flushed red, and an incredibly furious expression flashed over his face. "Ha ha ha ha." Sun Dong suddenly burst into laughter, not giving the slightest consideration for Lu Yu's feelings. In the brothel, the others did not dare to laugh out loud. They all covered their mouths, suppressing their amusement with much difficulty. "Lu Yu, I really couldn't tell that you are so hardcore with your games." Sun Dong sked. This naturally was not a compliment for the former. Lu Yu hurriedly said, "Young Master Dong, you have misunderstood. I was bullied." "What, it really was ARP?" Sun Dong glanced over Lu Yu. Then he released his grip on the two women. Walking to the latter's side, he pulled down Lu Yu's pants in a single move, and then inhaled sharply. Not only him, all the other people in the brothel were also stunned. Damn, this was too fierce, wasn't it? His A*S was so severely wounded, so how big would that thing have to be? Fuck, and I thought mine was already big enough, but compared with this, it's still not good enough. Sun Dong felt hurt. Men would always be very concerned about this aspect. Though everyone practically would not have the opportunity to compare their sizes, when they had the chance for an unusual contest, they would still be unable to control themselves from comparing amongst themselves. Those women in the brothel were all astounded. With how thick that was, none of them could take it. It was definite that they would be destroyed. No. Lu Yu wanted to die already when having so many people look at him with such strange expressions. It's not human. No, my A*S wasn't stabbed by anyone, but rather by a bamboo pole. Sun Dong faltered for a moment and then laughed out loud. He patted Lu Yu's shoulder and said, "I have previously underestimated you. With you being such a wild player, you can follow me in future, I will accept you as my lackey." "Young Master Dong, you have to avenge me." Lu Yu had abandoned his pride, and explained all that had previously happened. However, he naturally would not say that it was he who had been overbearing at first, but had rather sketched over the details. The main focus of his explanation was the beauty of the heavenly phoenix divine maiden and the tyrannical ways of Ling Han. Oh. Sun Dong was interested now. In this alchemy city there is actually someone so arrogant? Also, are you sure that that woman is really as beautiful as you say? She can only be more beautiful than I have described. Liu guaranteed. Sun Dong snapped his fingers and said, "Come, take me there." Liu was delighted and hurriedly led Sun Dong out the doors. However, when they had arrived, Ling Han had long since entered into the cultivation chamber. It should be known that this place was opened by powerful figures from the 4th level, or even the 5th level. Sun Dong would never dare to break open the doors to find Ling Han. Thus, when he made his careful inquiries and found out that Ling Han had rented the cultivation chamber for a month's time, he returned to have his fun at the brothel. He would come again after a month passed. In the cultivation chamber, Ling Han took out his cauldron and began to concoct alchemical pills. Though the lowest grade of celestial pill needed celestial medicine, it did not need a very large amount. Only a little bit of celestial medicine was needed as the main ingredient, while the rest could all use saintly medicine as supplementary ingredients. Of course, the more celestial medicine was included, the higher the grade of the completed pill would be. This was definite. Ling Han had just begun, so he naturally wouldn't use too much celestial medicine in a single attempt. He was destined to fail. He was only going to sum up his experience from failure and improve the success rate for the next attempt. After gathering the wealth of so many holy sons and holy daughters in the hidden dragon mystery realm, he really was quite rich at present. He had as many as 4 celestial medicines, and 3 of them had come from Zi Bingyun and Luo Changfeng. As they were descendants of celestial king tier level forces, their wealth was indeed astonishing. However, celestial medicines also had different grades, which was something determined by their age. Furthermore, they also had different attributes. Time and space celestial medicines would definitely be much more valuable than others. A higher grade or lower grade was not so important. What was most important was that alchemical pills could be concocted from them. Ling Han took out a celestial medicine and carefully sliced off a piece. He tossed it into the cauldron, and then he immediately began pill concoction using the 9 heavens flame as a heat source for the cauldron. Speaking of the conditions of pill concoction, Ling Han was stronger than 99% of alchemists because he had the 9 heavens flame. The most important factor in pill concoction was flame control, and the 9 heavens flame was one of the 9 great ancestral flames. No alchemist could possibly have better endowments than Ling Han. They could only match him, and furthermore there could only be 8 at most that had matching conditions. And how many of them would be alchemists among them? Perhaps not even a single one. Boom, the 9 heavens flame burned furiously. Ling Han continuously threw supplementary ingredients into the cauldron. There was no need for him to be stingy about this. Saintly medicine was really too cheap in the celestial realm. Could be found everywhere. After a month, the cauldron exploded. Failure. Ling Han stopped, entered into the Black Tower, and thought back over it underneath the reincarnation tree. The acceleration of time could not be overlapped with the reincarnation tree. However, since this was him reviewing a problem, it was definitely the reincarnation tree that was the better option. There is no problem with my methods. At most, I am only lacking practice a bit. The problem now instead is the cauldron. The 9 heavens flame is too powerful, and the cauldron will not be able to withstand it. And if I still have to attend to the cauldron too, it will definitely increase the difficulty. I will have to divide part of my concentration. I have to get a better cauldron. Good tools are a prerequisite to the successful execution of a job. The people from ancient times were right. However, he did not have an excellent cauldron now, so Ling Han could only take out a cauldron again, and continue his journey of alchemy. 2 months later, the cauldron exploded once more. Ling Han reviewed for a while and then started again. This time he had failed after only half a month. Even if he was the alchemy emperor, if he wanted to advance into the level of celestial pill, his path was still covered with thorns. However, this did not discourage Ling Han. Instead, a strong fighting spirit rose up in him. It would be more interesting if there was a challenge. He tirelessly concocted alchemical pills. However, 5 months' time very soon passed, and the doors of the cultivation chamber automatically opened. 1 month has passed outside. My application to enter into the 2nd level should be approved by now, and I can just go to the 2nd level to access a cultivation chamber with a better time acceleration rate. In that way, I will have the certainty to become a celestial level alchemist in a year, or even less time than that. Ling Han was quite satisfied. After all, Any one-star alchemist would have to be troubled by this step for at least 10 million years' time. This speed of his was really astonishing, but who asked him to own the reincarnation tree? He rose up and left. However, he had just walked out the doors when he saw that there were two people standing guard outside. Upon a single look, he could tell that they were there for him. Lu Yu? Ling Han did not recognize the other person, nor was he interested to find out. Brat! The moment Lu Yu spotted Ling Han, he immediately began gritting his teeth. Even by now, his A*S hadn't completely recovered yet. Who asked Ling Han to have used a sliver of power of regulation when he had stabbed him? At least for a few months he would have to grit his teeth in pain every time he squatted. Ling Han glanced at him and couldn't help but smilingly ask, "Is Mr. An*S all right?" "All right, your sister." "You actually have the nerve to ask." Lu Yu was so furious he wanted to commit murder. However, he knew that he was no match for Ling Han, and hurriedly said to Sun Dong, "Young Master Dong, just see. Isn't this brat so arrogant that everyone is below his notice? Even if you are here, he is also still arrogant, and completely does not take you seriously at all." Sun Dong was wanton and unrestrained. Though he was wearing long robes, his chest was broadly exposed, showing a dense growth of chest hair. He glanced coldly at Ling Han. "Brat, are you looking down on me?" Chapter 1858, Dao Regulating Pill. Ling Han knew that Lu Yu was deliberately making trouble, but the problem here was that he really did not have the habit of humbling himself to please others. "Have I trifled with you? Then why should I have to treat you with a humble attitude?" There was nothing that could be done. That was who Ling Han was. He similarly slanted a glance sideways at Sun Dong and asked, "Do I need to look up to or down on you?" To be honest, he really had not taken the other to heart. By now, the only people he could consider as a match for him would have to be the holy sons and holy daughters that had walked out from great sects that were at least at the level of 5th heaven celestial king tier and above. For someone like Sun Dong, he would only be insta-killed in his hands. Even looking down on him was considered bestowing a very great worth on him. Sun Dong faltered for a moment and then laughed loudly. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Indeed, you are arrogant enough. I heard that you have a wife that is quite pretty. Let her come out so I can take a look." This was a complete provocation. "So what? I was completely treating your wife like a woman from the brothel." Ling Han raised a brow, and his expression became sinister. "Did you not see this good example?" He pointed at Lu Yu. "It was because his mouth was too filthy that I had beaten him black and blue. If you don't immediately swallow the stuff that you have just spat out, then just wait to become exactly like him." Sun Dong laughed loudly and said, "Brat, you want to RP me too? Just for that, I will have to find 80 to 100 strong men to make you cry." "Young Master Dong, why don't we find some other creatures like wild hogs or bears?" Lu Yu put forward plans and ideas from the sidelines. His A*S was still hurting, and great hatred filled his heart. "This is not a bad idea." Sun Dong rubbed his hands, willing to take his idea on. "Just crouch down obediently." He moved and grabbed out at Ling Han. Ling Han did not counter. When Sun Dong's attack was close to reaching him, he shot a glare at him. A terrifying murderous aura surged out, and Sun Dong's whole body instantly became as cold as ice, and his movements slowed. It should be known that Ling Han had cultivated heaven's might from the lightning in the first place, and only king tiers could resist that. Now, he had also cultivated regulation of slaughter, so how terrifying was that? Sun Dong felt his heart clench. The icy coldness spread throughout his body. To say nothing of continuing his attack, even standing had already used up all his energy and willpower. Otherwise he would definitely have knelt down by now. He was almost scared out of his wits. How could there be someone so strong? Though Sun Dong was not a king tier, he was only a step away from king tier level. But he actually couldn't even manage to fight in front of Ling Han. Just what kind of gap was there between the two of them? RP your sister." Ling Han was furious and kicked Sun Dong into a crouching position on the ground. "I cultivated my moral character and behavior, planning to keep a low profile for a while, yet all of you insist on stepping on my nerves. Do you think I am an easy target to bully?" These really were honest words. This time he had no plans to crush any profligate, and merely wanted to quietly concoct alchemical pills, and become famous in this way. From there he could draw out Commander Guan, and continue his journey to Rock Palace. This time he really had been modest enough. In fact, he had even almost given up the cultivation chamber, and what happened? Stepping on one was not enough, Here came another that insisted that he step on him. Did they think that he would not step on them? Shua, a bamboo pole appeared once more, and with a pu, it was stabbed into Sun Dong *s. Ah! Sun Dong immediately released a tragic cry. He had violated many people's *ses before, but it was his first time having his *s violated, and furthermore, it was with something as thick as a bamboo pole. Lu Yu's face had turned green from watching from the sidelines. At that time he had only felt pain, but when he personally saw something so thick sink into Sun Dong's *s, he couldn't help but feel his *s clenching as well. Even now his injuries hadn't recovered yet. And you? Ling Han grabbed Lu Yu over. I already spared you once, but you still insist on being beaten. You still haven't learned your lesson even having been beaten. Have you gotten addicted to being pierced? Fine then, I will oblige with your wishes. Pooh, another bamboo pole was stabbed into Lu Yu's *s. Ling Han clapped his hands. These two people were kneeling on the ground, their bottoms raised high. The two bamboo poles trembled very rhythmically, causing him to feel as if he had created a work of art. Sigh, if he stayed too long with the large black dog, it was inevitable that he was going to be influenced. Ling Han walked out of the cultivation chamber, and rushed to the administration office of the first level. He had submitted his application here, and also had to collect his approval here. There would be a plaque that granted him entry, and he could enter the second level with that. What, it was not approved? He looked at the investigator, appearing to be very shocked. That was because he was in the severing mundane tier, and this application should only be mere formality. How could it possibly be rejected? You have come at a coincidental time. Grandmaster Zi Cheng has just concocted a Tao-regulating pill. He is a rather eccentric man and never sells pills. Thus, he has also offered this Tao-regulating pill as a reward to be contested over by all the severing mundane tier cultivators in the whole city, that investigator said. By now, every level is undergoing a selection process. To prevent some from having failed the selection in this level and register again after they enter into the second level, the application for entry into the second level for severing mundane tiers has been temporarily put on hold. What a coincidence. Ling Han asked, may I ask what effects this Tao-regulating pill has? Even if I tell you it is of no use. There are a great many people that covet this precious pill, and it is absolutely nothing that you can obtain. Hehe, do you know the eternal prosperity celestial king? This investigator was definitely a chatterbox. He already said that it was useless to tell him, yet still talked so much. Ling Han exercised patience and smilingly replied, no. You don't know? Good. That investigator had even more time to show off and said, speaking of the eternal prosperity celestial king, that is truly a powerful overlord. You know how there are 9 heavens in celestial king tier, and every step is like ascending the heavens? Ling Han was exasperated and said, that I do know. Hehe, that eternal prosperity celestial king is an 8th heaven celestial king. The eternal prosperity sect has existed throughout the ages, and has perpetually been prosperous. The investigator said. Ling Han felt a little frustrated. I asked you what are the effects of the Tao-regulating pill, yet you were talking to me about the eternal prosperity celestial king. Just what kind of thoughts are going through your head? This time even the eternal prosperity palace has sent an important figure here, and that is one of the 4 heavenly kings under Holy Sun Yen Xianlu, Zhao Qingfeng. He has come here to obtain the Tao-regulating pill under the command of Holy Sun Yen Xianlu. Say, even Zhao Qingfeng Lord Zhao is going to make a move, so how could you possibly obtain the Tao-regulating pill? The investigator said. So after beating so much around the bush, Ling Han finally understood what he meant. Firstly, there was no hope for him, and secondly, it was clear how coveted the Tao-regulating pill was. Even the Holy Sun from an 8th heaven celestial king tier level force had sent someone here. 8th heaven celestial king. A fighting spirit rose up in Ling Han. The Holy Sun of an 8th heaven celestial king tier level force. He should be able to rank amongst the strongest in the world, and that was the kind of top-tier prodigy that the large black dog had talked about. However, the prodigy that had been nurtured by an 8th heaven celestial king tier level force might not be capable of ranking above average, but there should not be any problem for him to be in the average ranks. Too bad, the person who had come was only one of Yen Xianlu's subordinates. Ling Han asked further, and only then did the investigator explain the effects of the Tao-regulating pill. As it turned out, this celestial pill could strengthen one's Tao foundation, and for a normal severance, it was practically useless, but for prodigies this was a precious treasure. To use an analogy, cultivation was like piling up stones. Prodigies could use the same number of stones to build higher, but it was also because of this that their foundations were not strong enough, so the tower could possibly sway and be on the verge of collapse. If they built even higher, there would be risk of complete collapse. The Tao-regulating pill could strengthen one's foundations further, and from there he could continue to climb higher. Precisely because of these effects, even Yan Shenlu was tempted. However, it was unknown whether he considered himself too important, and so had not come personally, or had been detained by other matters, and had thus sent out only a subordinate. However, since Ling Han now knew, he was determined to take this Tao-regulating pill for his own. Chapter 1859. The Invincible Qingfeng. It was said that after Ling Han left, Sun Dong and Lu Yu slowly woke up from the pain. The moment they woke up, they discovered their A*SES were in agonizing pain. Then, the moment they turned around, they could see how the other looked, and then they could imagine how they themselves looked. Both their faces turned green. All around them there were also others watching the show. Those who were watching the excitement naturally would not think it a big deal. The spectators conversed spiritedly, and their words made Sun Dong and Lu Yu want nothing more than for a crack which they could crawl into to appear. The two of them hurriedly plucked out the bamboo poles and fled. After running some distance, only then did they enter into their spatial god tool. They took out new clothes which they put on, and carelessly used some medicine to temporarily treat their injury. Very quickly the two of them reappeared again. Lu Yu's expression naturally was even uglier. He had already had his A*S pierced twice. If this matter spread back to Blue Eternity City, how would he be able to face others in the future? Sun Dong was not much better. He gripped his fists tightly, his expression livid. Since childhood he had never experienced such a great humiliation. However, he had only had a single exchange with Ling Han, and he already understood that he was far from being a match for Ling Han. In fact, he was not able to withstand the power of a single look from the latter. "Humph, just because you are a king tier you think you can bully me?" Sun Dong forced out through gritted teeth. This was a 4-star city, and there was definitely not just one king tier here. As he saw it, Ling Han should be the holy son of some great 3-star sect, and had deliberately disguised himself as a weakling to prey on the strong. "However, this time you have definitely met your match," Sun Dong muttered coldly, his eyes sharp and cold. "It is true that I am no match for you, but I am the follower of Holy Sun Lu. You bullied me to this extent, Lord Holy Sun will definitely seek revenge on my behalf." "Young Master Dong." Lu Yu approached. He also hated Ling Han very much, and now they were united against a common enemy. Scram. Sun Dong shot a kick over. If it were not for this guy, how could he have experienced the tragedy that befell his A*S? With a flutter of his sleeve, he turned and left. He was determined to avenge this deep hatred. "Young Master Dong. Young Master Dong." Lu Yu chased for a few steps, but was left farther and farther behind. Thus he could only stop. However, he was not too disappointed. That was because he was already sure that Sun Dong would definitely seek revenge. Since that was the case, he only had to take some notice and watch the show when the time came. Sun Dong ran all the way and arrived at the location of the transfer formation. After showing a unique transfer pass, he directly went to the 4th level. The Sun clan was a 3-star force. Their main branch was at the 4th level. As he was the direct heir of the Sun clan, going to the 4th level was naturally just a matter of course for him. Going by his routine path, he soon arrived at the abode of Lu Xianming. This was a massive mountain manor with mountains on one side and water on the other. Sun Dong did not have the heart to admire the beautiful scenery on his way there. He was one of Lu Xianming's trusted aides, and did not even have to wait to be announced, but directly arrived in the living room. When he arrived here, he lightened his steps, and his expression also became more serious. He stretched his head over and looked, and saw that Lu Xianming was presently drinking tea with guests. There were a total of 3 guests, 2 male and 1 female. The only woman was indescribably beautiful, and had a kind of noble bearing such that others could only dare to stare at her from a distance. The 2 men each had an aggressive charm, and could be considered as dragons among men. These were definitely the holy sons and holy daughter of great sects because they were worthy of being received personally by Lu Xianming. Even the heirs of 3-star forces or 4-star forces could not possibly achieve this. Alchemists were in a loftier position compared to others. Only the heirs of celestial king tier level sects would require Lu Xianming to personally receive them. To say nothing of the fact that he was presently only a holy son. Even if he became the chairperson in the future, he would still have to maintain an appropriate level of respect for Celestial King tier level forces. Of course, Celestial King tier level forces would also not offend an alchemist for no reason. It was only a win-win situation if they had mutual respect. Sun Dong carefully and quietly walked in. He could be arrogant and willful in the first level, but here he had to present a demeanor of absolute respect. However, after he had taken a few steps, he shockingly discovered that there was actually a fourth guest. He was first taken aback and then was astonished. With his strength, he actually discovered that there was a fifth person in the hall after so long had passed. At this moment, that fourth guest seemed to have guessed his thoughts, and turned his head slightly to look at him. Immediately, Sun Dong's mind was completely blank. Sun Dong. Sun Dong. A voice seemed to be heard from a very far distance away. After a while, Sun Dong suddenly came back to his senses, and realized that it was Lu Xianming that was calling him. He involuntarily experienced a cold shiver, and felt a coldness rise up from the very soles of his feet, spreading out throughout his whole body. If that person just now had made a move on him, he would definitely have been dead before he even knew it. Too strong, only one look and he had completely lost all battle prowess. This made him recall Ling Han had also been like this. One look and he had been able to win without even fighting. If this lord was willing to step out for him, then even if it would not be a sure victory over Ling Han, he would be able to match him at least. Holy Sun. Sun Dong hurriedly paid his greetings respectfully. What is it? Lu Xianming frowned slightly. At present he was entertaining important guests, yet Sun Dong was just standing there like an idiot, which made him feel very embarrassed. Sun Dong gritted his teeth and explained what had previously happened. From his mouth, Lu Xianming naturally became a supremely arrogant character that did not give Lu Xianming any face at all, causing him to suffer inhuman torture. Holy Sun, you have to give justice for my A*S. He fell onto the ground, sobbing pathetically. Lu Xianming's face involuntarily turned dark. What do you mean by giving justice for your A*S? Don't speak in such an ambiguous way. Those who were not in the know would think that there was something suspicious between the two of them. Yet that fifth person that had been overlooked laughed loudly and said, "Is he really that strong? I would like to take a look for myself." Lu Xianming smiled and then replied, "If Brother Qingfeng moves, who will be able to block you within the severing mundane tier?" These words caused the other three guests to show expressions of displeasure. Who were they? Any one of them was a holy son or holy daughter of a great celestial king tier level sect, and had surpassed king tier level, and reached the level of emperor tier. Yet Lu Xianming actually said that the other party had no one that could match him in the severing mundane tier. What position was he putting them in? We've conversed for so long, but we have not asked the name of this guest? A holy son directed the question at Brother Qingfeng. His name was Bao Chen. Lu Xianming laughed loudly and interrupted, "It's all my fault. I haven't managed to introduce him yet. My three guests, Brother Qingfeng's surname is Zhao, and he is one of the 4 heavenly kings under Yan Xianlu, Holy Sun Yan. He is known as Invincible Qingfeng." Yan Xianlu. The 3 holy sons and holy daughter simultaneously showed an expression of shock, and felt a fear that rose up from deep within their hearts. They were all holy sons and a holy daughter, but they didn't even have the right to carry Yan Xianlu's shoes. There were 9 heavens in Celestial King tier, and every single step forward was as difficult as ascending the heavens. Not only was the hierarchy among Celestial Kings strict, even the descendants that they had respectively nurtured adhered to a strict hierarchy. These 3 holy sons and holy daughter all belonged to a 1st heaven Celestial King tier level force, but as for Yan Xianlu, 8th heaven Celestial King tier level force. They had heard too much about Yan Xianlu, and a great many of his tales could even become legends. Just take for example Yan Xianlu's origins. He had been discovered by the Eternal Prosperity Celestial King on the Celestial Path, and thus the latter had carried him back to the Eternal Prosperity sect. He became the personal disciple of Eternal Prosperity Celestial King, and was given the name of Xianlu. And what was the Celestial Path? If one wanted to transcend ascending origin tier, and become a Celestial King, he would have to walk on the Celestial Path. And Yan Xianlu was actually on the Celestial Path right from birth. Just how astonishing was that? This was a true prodigy. As he developed and grew, he had the good reputation of being invincible. Any prodigy would have to lower his head in front of him, and even king tiers would have to kneel. He was strong enough to drive others to despair. However, they indeed admired Yan Xianlu very much, but to say that even one of his subordinates could actually be invincible in the severing mundane tier. Wasn't that a joke? Chapter 1860. Suppressing a holy sun with just a flip of the hand. Invincible is not mere empty words, Bao Cheng said slowly. If it was Yan Xianlu that had come, then he definitely could only admit his inferiority, but Zhao Qingfeng? That was only one of Yan Xianlu's lackeys, and he was qualified to say that there was no one that could match him in the severing mundane tier. What a joke! Then what were holy sons and holy daughters like them? Trash. Zhao Qingfeng cast a look at Bao Cheng, showed a taunting smile and said, "You do not yield." Of course I don't. To say nothing of Bao Cheng, even the other holy son and holy daughter's expressions were filled with defiance. You are but a mere lackey and you actually dare raise your head in front of us? You think that just because you have followed Yan Xianlu, you are a monarch tier? Of course not. Bao Cheng humphed. The two of you also do not yield? Zhao Qingfeng looked towards the other two. Humph. This holy son and holy daughter both appeared to be very prideful. It was not worth their while to fall to the same level as a mere servant. If you do not yield, then come battle me. The reason I have come this time is to thrash such trash like you people. Zhao Qingfeng declared without the slightest reservations, not giving any face at all to these holy sons and holy daughter. Bao Cheng and his companions were naturally furious. A mere follower like you actually dare speak to us like this way? What gives you the right? Zhao Qingfeng smiled slightly, the smile that turned up the corners of his lips filled with mockery, and he said, "Do you think that just anyone can be the Lord Holy Sun's subordinate? With your strength? Hey, you're not even worthy of picking his shoes." Shua, Bao Cheng and the others stood up simultaneously, their faces filled with rage. Fuck, we admit that we are no match for Yan Xianlu, yet you actually say that we are not even worthy of playing second fiddle or picking up his shoes. You are looking down on us too much, aren't you? Hee hee, some people are in serious need of a lesson. Bao Cheng walked towards Zhao Qingfeng and crooked a finger. Come, see how I shall beat you to submission. Zhao Qingfeng sneered, you really have a lot of rubbish to say. It was true that Bao Cheng was very much angered, and even the other holy son and holy daughter showed expressions of fury. That was because they were treated with the same level of disdain. Meanwhile, Lu Xianming had absolutely no intention of stepping out to play mediator, and merely sipped his tea with a smile. Sun Dong's heart was filled with excitement as he watched. He had not thought that Zhao Qingfeng was so awesome. By himself alone, he actually dared to challenge three great holy sons and holy daughter, and more importantly, the former had said that he was going to deal with Ling Han. He naturally hoped that Zhao Qingfeng was as strong as possible, and could crush Ling Han without much effort. Zhao Qingfeng and Bao Cheng walked outside the main hall and then flew into the air. The space in this fourth level was naturally protected by formations, and with their strength as severing mundane tiers, there was no way that they could destroy this protective formation. Fighting in midair was only so that the shock waves from their battle would not raise the structures here. Make your move. Bao Cheng conducted himself with dignity. He was a holy son, while the other party was only a subordinate of Yan Xianlu. He had no wish to damage his own reputation. Zhao Qingfeng bared his teeth in a grin. He suddenly made his move. Xiao, his figure suddenly disappeared from his original position. Then he appeared in front of Bao Cheng and shot out a punch. Regulations of space. Bao Cheng grunted, his expression shifting slightly. He had not thought that Zhao Qingfeng had actually grasped the rare regulations of space. This was a little unexpected. However, he was a holy son after all and was an emperor tier himself. Though he was surprised, he did not panic. Using his forefinger and middle finger like a blade, he sliced out towards Zhao Qingfeng. Light flickered at the tips of his fingers, exuding a metallic air. He was an acute metal divine fetus. The moment he activated the power of his bloodline, every single part of his body could be used like an indestructible weapon. His strike was strong enough to split heaven and earth apart. Yet Zhao Qingfeng was unafraid, and his punch still descended, clashing with Bao Cheng's strike head-on. Boom. In a clash of power, regulations exploded. This was a conflict between the Tao of two elites. Xiao Bao Cheng was immediately sent flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was enshrouded in a shield of light that seemed close to collapsing. Zhao Qingfeng, on the other hand, was calm and composed, and had not retreated even half a step. This scene caused the expressions of the other holy son and holy daughter to change greatly. Too strong, too powerful, so much so that even Bao Cheng was defeated with a single strike. Admittedly, this was because Bao Cheng had underestimated his opponent slightly, and had not expected that the latter was an expert in regulations of space, and was thus compelled into a head-on exchange of blows, but it should be known that he should be invincible among his peers as a holy son, and it would only be they that would be suppressing others. But now he had actually been defeated in a head-on confrontation. Was this really a follower? He was stronger than even a holy son. The moment Zhao Qingfeng made his move, his whole aura immediately underwent a drastic change. Previously he was indifferent. Though he was also very arrogant, his attitude leaned more towards contempt. But after he made his move, he became incredibly cold and ruthless, exuding a killing intent that made one shiver. Xiao, with another flash of his figure, he chased swiftly after Bao Cheng. Then he made his move again and shot out a punch that turned into a boundless descending mountain. Bao Cheng could only take it head-on, but the result of taking it head-on was him throwing up blood madly again and the shield of light on him completely dispersing. In an exchange of merely over a dozen moves, Bao Cheng was forcefully blasted down from the skies. He coughed up blood repeatedly, his vitality dropping to rock bottom. Zhao Qingfeng was not ruthless. Crossing his arms behind back, he looked towards the other holy son and holy daughter and asked, "Are you trash still unyielding?" The two of them bore expressions of bitterness and swallowed with extreme difficulty, but were completely unable to refute his words. To become a holy son or holy daughter, it was a requirement to possess a divine fetus. Of course, there was also the extremely limited number of people whose natural aptitude was excellent. They clearly were not divine fetuses, yet the potential they displayed surpassed any divine fetus. These two naturally were divine fetuses as well, but in front of Zhao Qingfeng, they knew that their divine fetuses were worth nothing. Just like how celestial kings were divided into 9 heavens, divine fetuses also differed in strength. Zhao Qingfeng was a space element divine fetus. Before celestial king tier, the power of regulation he possessed was stronger than all the 5 elements. The two of them clearly had the same cultivation level, and their natural talent was about equal, but because he was a space element divine fetus, he was much stronger. Actually, Bao Cheng was not as weak as he seemed, but he had not thought that he would actually encounter a space divine fetus. Furthermore, he seemed to have reached great accomplishment at that. Once he had lost the chance to make the first move, he was directly beaten into crap. However, these two assessed themselves. Even if they were now prepared, it would only be a matter of how many blows they could withstand. It was absolutely impossible for them to emerge victorious over Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng's strength was unimaginable. They all could not accept this easily. If it was said that Yan Xinlu could be that strong, they would have no objections, but he was only a mere subordinate, yet was still able to easily defeat them. This was something that they could not accept. Then just how wide was the gap between them and Yan Xinlu? "Brother Lu, we are taking our leave." The other holy son and holy daughter's expressions were dim. They had come to contest for the Tao-regulating pill, but with Zhao Qingfeng, what need was there for them to seek their own humiliation here? Lu Xianming only clasped his hands in farewell, but did not urge them to stay. Initially they did not have much relation between them. If it were not for the Tao-regulating pill, perhaps they would never have met in this lifetime. After Bao Cheng awoke, he too left in misery and dejection. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingfeng looked towards Sun Dong and said, "Where is that person? Take me there." "Yes, my lord." Surprised but delighted, Sun Dong hurriedly nodded. This lord was really very awesome, being capable of easily defeating even a holy son. In that case, what was Ling Han worth? "You are only the heir of a 3-star force at most. Could you compare to the holy son of a celestial king tier level force? You will definitely be crushed into dust." Lu Xianming chuckled and said, "Then I too shall go and take a look." He might not need to be concerned about others, but Yan Xinlu was too strong. It was definite that he would become a celestial king in the future, and he had to take advantage of this chance to develop amiable relations with him. Chapter 1861, Alchemist Zi Cheng having a knack for good business. However, when Sun Dong led Zhao Qingfeng and Lu Xianming to the first level, they discovered that Ling Han had once again entered into the time cultivation chamber. "It's all right, this person must have come to participate in the martial arts tournament," Zhao Qingfeng said with a slight smile. With his strength, he would definitely be able to emerge victorious from the first level. Then I will just wait for him in the final rounds. He bared his teeth, showing 2 rows of snow-white teeth, but his expression was as bloodthirsty as a wild beast's. Those who were not familiar with him would only think he was cold, proud, and detached, but those who truly understood him would definitely shiver in fear of him. That was because his favorite hobby was slaughter. Among the 4 heavenly kings under Yan Xianlu, he was the most bloodthirsty. In fact, when he had been contesting for treasures in an ancient site, he had once killed several holy sons and holy daughters. If it were not for the fact that the Eternal Prosperity Palace was an 8th heaven celestial king tier force, he would probably have long since been apprehended and paid with his life for his crimes. Killing prodigies was his greatest hobby. Why did he not kill Bao Qing then? It was not because he was afraid of the laws of Alchemy City. Of course, this was also one of the factors. After all, he had come for the sake of the Tao-regulating pill. If he was thrown out, how would he report to Yan Xianlu? With how wide the world was, the only one he truly respected was Yan Xianlu. Otherwise, with his natural talent, he could become a holy son in any great sect. So why did he have to become someone else's subordinate? More importantly, Bao Qing and his group could no longer be considered prodigies in his eyes, and there was nothing fun about killing them. One look from Ling Han was enough to scare Sun Dong to collapse. This had incited his interest. If he encountered him in the tournament, then killing him would be all right, wouldn't it? He showed a grin filled with cruelty. Killing a prodigy would endlessly stimulate his Tao heart. If Ling Han was strong enough, then he would be able to open the doors to the 5th severance through him. Hopefully Ling Han would not disappoint him. Because Ling Han temporarily could not go to the 2nd level, he first went to find out the details of the Tao-regulating pill. It was very simple. Register first and then fight. Only 4 people would be sent from the 1st level, and then the people who won from the 4 levels would battle again. Finally, the champion would be able to win this Tao-regulating pill. No one from the 5th level would be participating. Those who lived there were all the supreme elites of Alchemy City or great alchemists. Every time Alchemist Zi Cheng concocted some kind of precious alchemical pill, the final destination would be decided through these battles, no matter what grade it was. A few million years ago, there were even a great many ascending origin tiers contesting here. Furthermore, it was not only limited to Alchemy City. As long as one had come to register himself, he could participate in the contest. This alchemist had this fondness, and enjoyed watching cultivators beating each other black and blue for the alchemical pills. However, because Alchemy City had the usual practice of sealing the levels whenever there was a tournament, the competition in the 1st level was the largest. Those who had come from all over the world could only register themselves here, and then charge out of the masses as the winners. There were only 4 spots available, so it would definitely be a fierce battle among giants. Ling Han first went to register himself. This was finished very quickly because the registration period had already started over a dozen days ago. And now, though there were still more people coming to register, the state was completely different from how congested it had once been. The tournament would begin 11 days later, and since he still had time, Ling Han went again to the time cultivation chamber. This time he naturally only rented one for 10 days' time. After acceleration that would be 50 days, which was not a short period and definitely could not be wasted. Without a doubt, the attempts he had made throughout these 50 days had all ended in failure. However, Ling Han's assurance had increased more and more. With another 5 years he would definitely be able to concoct his first cauldron of celestial pills. Then, if there was a 5 times acceleration rate, the time would be shortened to a single year. If there was a 10 times acceleration rate, he would only need half a year's time. If the acceleration rate was even higher than that, this real time could be shortened even further. When Ling Han came out of the cultivation chamber, there was only 1 day left before the great tournament would begin. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden came out of the Black Tower. She wanted to cheer Ling Han on, and see how her beloved man was completely invincible, defeating prodigies of all kinds. Meanwhile, the Empress was still in seclusion as she was at a crucial time in her attempt to break through to the 4th severance. The 2 of them then headed to the arena of the 1st level. This arena was used for battle and could be available for spars. It could also be used for battles between man and demonic beast, divine beast or immortal beast. Of course, there would also be battles between beasts and team battles. Not only was the area for battle in the arena huge, the spectators' seats were also overwhelmingly large, and could accommodate 1 million people. In the case of the last row, it would be like watching the battle from atop a mountain, and even the arena would be pitifully small. Thankfully, cultivators had very good eyesight. This little distance would not affect them much. To enter into the arena, one would first have to buy tickets. Furthermore, the ticket price would be different at different times. For example, for a tournament contest like this, the ticket price for merely one day was a single star stone, but one could also purchase a through ticket and watch until the entire tournament ended. That would require a price of 10 star stones. The through tickets were extremely popular because ordinary people would not have the right to go to the 4th level normally, but after they entered into the final rounds, all the tournament battles would be held on the 4th level, and buying this through ticket meant that they could go up. As for single tickets, they could not buy them at all. It was said that this arena was backed by Alchemist Zi Cheng. He indeed did not sell pills but earned great profits through this kind of method. Furthermore, he could also watch the excitement and play around with innumerable prodigies and elites as he liked. Additionally, not only tickets, Alchemist Zi Cheng also had a share in the gambling house. Every time it would seem as if he was giving out the alchemical pill for free, but this was equivalent to having innumerable prodigies and elites give a free performance for this pill. This could completely compensate for the loss of giving away the alchemical pill. Who said that Alchemist Zi Cheng was someone with more money than sense? Because Ling Han had registered his participation, he was exempted from paying for a ticket. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden had bought a through ticket, and it had been bought for a high price from someone else at that. The official channels for selling tickets had long since gone out of stock. What a rip-off, actually wanting 100 star stones. Ling Han gritted his teeth. Though he did have that amount of money and was not too concerned about it either, a ticket that was initially priced at 10 star stones was now sold for 100. He was being completely treated like a cash cow. It is probable that these peddlers are related to the official authorities. Otherwise, it is not possible that all the tickets are in their hands. Ling Han said in displeasure. They have earned 10 times the profit in an instant. What a good knack for business. He really wanted to meet this Alchemist Zi Cheng. He seemed to be out of the ordinary, but actually his whole person was all about money. The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden covered her mouth and laughed softly. Her shoulders quivered slightly, presenting an incredibly beautiful scene. Let's go in. Watch as your husband shows his divine might, Ling Han said with a smile, entering into the arena with an arm wrapped around the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. To earn money, that had to be the case. The preliminary rounds would finish only after 10 days. Every extra day of battles would mean that they could sell another day's worth of tickets, which was also why the through tickets were popular. Though the price that had to be paid in one go was quite high, if they could watch the whole tournament from beginning to end, the through tickets were really cheap. Ling Han shook his head. The preliminary rounds clearly could be finished in a single day, yet they were forcefully divided into 10 days, and that was why the through ticket appeared to be cheap. Alchemist Zi Cheng was really a very good businessman. He definitely had to meet this person and ask for some lessons in doing business, because if he wanted to improve his divine demon sword to the level of celestial tool, it was unknown how much more godly metal he still needed. It all needed to be bought. There were really too many people that had registered. The battles of the first level had also been divided into 16 major rounds, and one person would emerge from each round. Then they would continue battling until 8 were left, and then until 4 were left. When there were only 4 left, that was enough. They could head to the 4th level for the finals. But even if it was divided into 16 major rounds, there were still too many people. They could only be divided again. For example, Ling Han's set had as many as 100 people. This position for advancement belongs to me, a young man dressed in black said arrogantly and despotically. Those who do not wish to be wounded, just obediently scram. Otherwise, even if you were killed, you would deserve it. Beside him, 11 people shockingly drew their weapons, standing guard around him. They were clearly intending to crush any opponent with an advantage in numbers. Chapter 1862, Watch Your Feet. Though this was shameless, it was also making reasonable use of the tournament regulations. No one had made it a rule that over a dozen people could not work together after all, right? The young man in black was immensely pleased with himself. He had already made up his mind. This time he would win with an advantage in numbers, and he would clear the path with money next, bombarding his opponents with enough money that they would admit defeat. No matter what, he would have to obtain a place to enter into the 4th level. After that, there was no need for him to think about it. But being able to stand on the stage of the 4th level, he would have naturally gotten enough of the limelight. He had the money and could be as willful as he liked. There was a total of over 100 people in this small set, and now over a dozen people were a single team. This kind of force was really very strong. Let's get rid of them first. A voice rang out. When everyone heard this, they realized something. Indeed, though the other side had over a dozen people, what about them? There were more or less 100 of them. How could it be that 100 of them were still unable to defeat over a dozen people? Attack. These people all rushed forth, and began to gang up on the black-robed young man's group. The young man in black was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that this would have been the result. There were over 100 people. How was over a dozen of them supposed to hold them back? When the spectators saw this, they couldn't help but feel amused. It was very rare to see this kind of scene. One side was clearly at an advantage, but the circumstances were reversed in an instant. That was why it was said that a person had to be humble. Just see, if you showed off too much, this would be the consequences. If the young man in black knew how to use strategy, or, in fact, as long as he had not so arrogantly yelled out his declaration, and instead directly swept aside all opposition the moment the battle started, he would have been able to instantly clear the stage with the combined forces of over a dozen people. But now, he was going to be beaten to crap. Pung 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 pung. Amidst a chaotic battle, the young man in black and his more than dozen companions were all instantly crippled. Their only advantage lay in numbers, and they did not have any elite that was particularly outstanding and could reverse the desperate crisis. How could they hold up against being ganged up on like this? The young man in black was beaten to the ground, and who knew how many people planted footprints on his body? He forcefully raised his head, and found the direction where the voice had first sounded from. He saw that a young man was presently smiling at him there. He immediately became furious. This guy must have done it on purpose. Just you wait, I will remember this. Meanwhile, Ling Han sighed. Actually, he had only wanted to silently play the role of a handsome man, but who asked everyone to be arranged in the same set. Even if he had not yelled, in the end, he would still have had to personally deal with him. In that case, it was better to stoke the flames and watch a show. Ling Han waved a hand with a smile and said, "Have a safe journey." Peng, the young man in black, was thrown out of the battle ring, and according to the rules, he was disqualified from the tournament. The young man in black got back to his feet unsteadily, his face covered in bruises. He resolutely said, "We are now enemies. No one can screw me Shantianwu over like this." Ling Han frowned. For some reason he very much disliked this kind of surname. If he had known that the other had this kind of detestable surname, he definitely would not have just allowed him to flee so easily. He would have thrashed him over and over again. Never mind, the other clearly had no plans to give up the matter. Then Ling Han would still have the chance to thrash him in future. When Shantianwu and his group all left, the over 100 people that remained all cheered. Some even hugged one another, appearing to be completely at peace with each other. Others would definitely not believe that they were actually competitors. "Ah, you are very despicable, actually stabbing me," one person suddenly screamed. That was because he had just hugged another, and in the end, the latter stabbed a cold sword into his waist. Thankfully, a severing mundane tear was too strong. This would only cause him severe injury but not fatality. My bottom. Another person had just been kicked out of the ring of battle, exclaiming in pain as he held his behind. What had initially been a state of peace now immediately became a state of mutual hostility. It was very comical. The spectators that were watching all laughed loudly, and felt that this set battling was really too cheery. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden meanwhile smiled bitterly. As long as her husband was there, it seemed that whatever serious matter would immediately become a comical farce. Ling Han scratched his head. He really hadn't done anything, he had only given a holler. "Pretty boy, get out of here." A middle-aged man brandished his saber and delivered a slash. Everyone was in the severing mundane tier here, yet they were all engaging in a battle royale in a limited space. Actually, merely the shock waves that resulted from the battles were enough to cause great damage. This man had a strong physique. Under the shock waves of the battle, his skin was exuding a light silvery shimmer, as if he had turned into a silver god of war that held power that could destroy the heavens and rend the earth, and he swept towards Ling Han. "Watch your feet," Ling Han said with a grin. "What?" The middle-aged man faltered slightly. "My saber is already close to striking you and you actually tell me to watch my feet. What is the meaning of that? Has your brain been kicked by a mule brat?" He thought so, but the saber in his hand did not pause in its course at all, and continued on its way to strike Ling Han's head. Just when it looked like the saber's blade was about to strike Ling Han's neck, He involuntarily showed an expression of joy. He was definitely going to land this hit. But just at this moment he saw Ling Han raise his hand, and he did not see the latter make any big move, but the saber which he had waved out suddenly took a sharp turn, and descended directly with a light wave of Ling Han, striking the ground instead. Coincidentally, he just happened to be charging out, his left foot slightly behind. This strike had landed on the instep of his left foot. Ah! The middle-aged man screamed out immediately. He had put a lot of force in this strike, instilling all the power of regulations he had. With this strike, his whole foot had been sliced in half. Blood sprayed out in all directions. Watch your feet, so that was what he meant. He looked dumbly at Ling Han. How could there be anything so coincidental in this world? Just a casual word from Ling Han, and that just happened to be the result. The latter's strength had to be strong to a heaven-defying extent, and that was why he had a grasp of the whole situation, so everything would go as he wished. The middle-aged man was covered in cold sweat. Thankfully, the other party had only let this strike land on his foot, and not on his D*ck. He had already been merciful. Many thanks. Leaving behind these words, he hurriedly ran out of the battle ring. In the spectators' seats, everyone was both curious and amused. How could there be someone like that? He had just been aggressively brandishing his saber in a strike, yet the result was this attack had landed on his own foot. Then he turned to thank his opponent. This was practically inexplicable. This is because that young man is very strong. Thus, that saber wielder had struck the instep of his own foot, yet still had to thank him for not killing him, a young man explained. Though he said that Ling Han was very strong, his face bore an expression of arrogance. The prodigy of the Cheng clan, Cheng Fengyun. He is an incredible character. It is said that he is just a step away from becoming a king tier. Since he said that that young man is very strong, he must be very strong indeed. Those around him all talked spiritedly. Some even bravely asked, "Young Master Cheng, why are you not participating? Also, if you were matched up against that young man, what do you think of your chances of victory?" Cheng Fengyun's expression was filled with pride as he declared, 100%. Ling Han was very powerful, but as he saw it, he was nothing more than this. As for why he did not participate, you had to be joking. This time, even Zhao Qingfeng had come, and he had caused 3 holy sons and holy daughter to leave dejectedly through a single battle. Just what kind of strength was that? No matter who participated, they would all be trampled over by Zhao Qingfeng. In that case, why should he seek his own humiliation? He was already very well known, and did not need to make use of this kind of tournament to increase his own reputation. Young Master Cheng, as you see it, would this young man be able to emerge victorious from this set? Another person asked. Cheng Fengyun gave it some thought, shook his head and said, "Impossible. By now he has already shown off his ability, and he would definitely be ganged up on by the others. Emerging victorious would be as difficult as ascending the heavens." Chapter 1863, Using Strength to Deliver a Slap in the Face. But with this explanation from Cheng Fengyun, the people around all nodded. That was right. Previously, Shantianwu had been too arrogant, and that was why he had been targeted. He had been ganged up on by the joined forces of over 100 people, and was instantly cleared off the stage. And now, though there were only over 60 people left here, Ling Han was only one person too. 1 against 60, how was he supposed to fight? True enough, when they discovered how strong Ling Han was, the people around him all set their eyes on him, all of them like vicious wolves. Only after working together to get rid of the strongest would relatively weaker people like them have a chance to stand out. Since you have cropped up, we'll beat you up first. The over 60 people all surrounded him. The majority had drawn their weapons and regulations flickered, connecting with great Tao. Multiple pillars of light shot into the skies, presenting an astonishing sight. A pack of wolves could devour a tiger, even if the tiger was fierce, so what? Ling Han broke into a grin and said, "Watch your feet." Fuck, why was it this phrase again? The middle-aged man that had not walked too far couldn't help but feel as if he had stepped on empty space, and almost stumbled onto the ground. This phrase had already become a nightmare for him. Charge. The over 60 people made their move. Some shot down from the skies while some swept outwards. Some even tunneled into the ground, unleashing their attacks from beneath the ground. It was a 3-dimensional coverage of 360 degrees, without any gaps at all. Who could block this kind of attack? Ling Han stretched out a hand and pressed down lightly. Pa 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 pa. Everyone felt their body become heavy, and involuntarily fell on the ground. Then they couldn't move, and those that had tunneled underground were forcefully seized out of the ground, and similarly affixed on the ground. Then the weapons in their hands all fell, landing on their respective feet. Ah! A series of painful cries rang out. There was definitely not a single exception among the 60-odd people. Even if they did not have a weapon in hand, an ice spike would still poke out of the ground, and bore a hole open in their foot. Previously, though it had been a comical farce, it had not drawn the attention of so many people. After all, there were too many battles that were being simultaneously held, and everyone's eyes had too many things to see. This place was only slightly amusing and was not especially exciting. But the unfolding of this scene finally drew the attention of a great many people. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ling Han. It was as if he was exuding a glow that exclaimed how awesome he was all of a sudden. Meanwhile, a dead silence had fallen on the area Cheng Fengyun was in. A considerable number suppressed their amusement with much difficulty. You just said that he was showing off too much and would be in big trouble when he was being targeted by the masses, but he immediately used his strength to deliver a slap straight to your face. Just see, he had gained a great victory amidst cheerful talk and laughter. Cheng Fengyun's expression was incredibly embarrassed. This slap to his face had come too fast, making him feel ashamed and unable to show his face. However, he immediately humphed and said, even if he can emerge victorious from this set, he couldn't possibly go too far either. This time, who knows how many top-grade prodigies have come for the sake of the Tao-regulating pill. Even if he can pass this round, he will not be able to pass the next. He paused for a while and then continued, to say the least, even if he really enters into the finals, there is still Lord Zhao Qingfeng. In this world, who could be a worthy match for Lord Zhao Qingfeng? A great many people did not know who Zhao Qingfeng was, but felt that Cheng Fengyun's words were logical. Merely emerging victorious from this set really did not mean much. Ling Han was strong, but there were too many elites here. A great many sets had actually long since ended their battles, and those victors gazed at Ling Han with eyes filled with challenge, and then withdrew their gazes. For King Tiers, it was naturally only a matter of course for them to emerge victorious from this kind of small set, and Ling Han had actually spent such a long time to end the battle. It was imaginable how weak he was. He was not worthy of their notice. Ling Han naturally would not take the thoughts of others to heart. When a recorder had taken note of his index number, he clapped his hands and left. The next battle would be held tomorrow. Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden descended from the spectators' seats, and joined Ling Han. The two of them walked out of the arena together. However, they had just exited when they saw Shantianwu was presently standing guard at the doors, sticking out his head and looking around. When he discovered Ling Han, Shantianwu immediately leaped up and pointed at Ling Han. Guys, thrash him. He hated Ling Han very much. Thus, after he had been disqualified, he waited at the exit. No matter what, he was going to teach Ling Han a harsh lesson. Ling Han couldn't help but smile. This guy actually delivered himself up to be beaten. Not bad, he was quite enlightened. Brat, you can actually still laugh? Shantianwu did not see how Ling Han had shown his might. Otherwise, if he had known that the 60-odd people had all been defeated by Ling Han in an instant, then what were over the dozen of them worth? They weren't even enough to be considered as an appetizer for Ling Han. Why wouldn't I be able to laugh? Ling Han asked. You will know why immediately. Shantianwu smirked coldly and waved his hand. Thrash him as hard as you can. Thrash him so hard that even his mother would not be able to recognize him. Yes, young master. The more than dozen people all charged over. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, watch your feet. Those people naturally did not know this amusing joke, and though they did feel curious, they did not take it to heart and still charged towards Ling Han. Ah! However, in a mere instant they all screamed out in pain. That was because the weapons in their hands had all landed on their feet for some reason. One of them was wielding a battle axe, and the landing of this strike had chopped off his entire instep. Shantianwu couldn't help but take 2 steps back, an expression of horror appearing on his face. This scene had scared him out of his wits. I already told you guys to watch your feet. Ling Han smiled slightly. Come, all of you go and thrash that ugly guy so hard that even his own mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. Those people all exchanged looks. That was their young master. Would they dare to make a move on him? Ling Han slowly said, you guys want to watch your feet again? The might of a king tears spread out, causing them to shiver and tremble in fear. The group of over a dozen people felt their hearts clench and immediately turned around, setting their eyes on Shan Tianwu. "You people, what do you all want to do?" Shan Tianwu's face had turned green from fright. Why were these people's eyes so vicious? Ling Han coughed lightly, and the over a dozen people immediately pounced towards Shan Tianwu. With a large commotion, they all gave him a severe thrashing. Though Shan Tianwu had some strength, he was still some distance away from the level of prodigy. Being able to charge up to the severing mundane tier was just barely achieved through his clan having sacrificed innumerable resources. How could he possibly match the ganging up of over a dozen elites that were the same level as he? He was immediately beaten so harshly that he did not even look human anymore. Ling Han and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden exchanged a smile and strode off. This was only a minor episode. The night passed, and they had come once more to the arena to begin the second day of the tournament. However, they were stopped before even managing to enter this time. It was Shan Tianwu again. His head was wrapped in bandages, so his entire head appeared very swollen. After all, he had been beaten by over a dozen people for very long, especially on his head, and even if there were miraculous medicines to treat him, his head would still be incredibly swollen. It was impossible that the swelling would go down in a short period of time. "Brother, that's him." This time Shan Tianwu had not brought too many people. Instead, there was only a young man that had features similar to his. This man's name was Shan Tianjiu, and he was the older brother of Shan Tianwu. Shan Tianjiu slanted a sideways glance at Ling Han, a sinister smile curling up his lips as he said, "Break your arms and your legs. Otherwise, even in Alchemy City, there is no way you can live for more than 3 days." Chapter 1864. Another discussion of victory or defeat. The Shantian clan could be considered an old clan of Alchemy City. They were not a noble clan of alchemists, but their clan's ancestor was a dividing soul tier elite, and was quite well known even in the 3rd level. Yet now they had actually suffered a setback in the 1st level. This naturally made them feel humiliated. If it were not for the sake of decreasing the pressure of the competition, Shan Tianwu would not have possibly come deliberately to the 1st level to participate. And contrary to his expectations, he had not even managed to pass the 1st round. However, now that Ling Han had offended the Shantian clan, did he think he could pretend nothing had happened? If it were not for the fact that this was Alchemy City, Ling Han would have long since died 100 times over. Ling Han crooked a finger and said, "Looks like you too want to be beaten." Ha ha ha. Shan Tianjiu laughed loudly, but there was not much humor to his laughter. It was completely a taunting laughter. "Do you think that I am the same kind of idiot as my younger brother?" Shan Tianwu. However, the gap between the two brothers was indeed very wide. One was a prodigy while the other was comparatively mediocre. One had long since advanced into the 4th severance, while the other had just barely advanced into even the severing mundane tier, and basically would not have any hope of advancing further than that. Thus, Shan Tianjiu had enough confidence to be proud. Ling Han wanted to make a move. Though the tournament was about to begin, suppressing this kind of character was only a matter of raising his hand for him. However, before he managed to, he saw a staff member run over and say, "The tournament is about to begin, come quickly to draw your lot." With this interruption, Ling Han also dismissed the thought of making a move, and followed the other into the arena. "Brother?" Shan Tianwu called out defiantly. Not only did this brother of his call him an idiot, he even allowed Ling Han to enter the arena. "Are you really my brother?" Yet Shan Tianjiu shook his head. Though the Shantian clan was very powerful, they were nothing compared to Grandmaster Zi Cheng. He did not dare to barge into the arena and wreak havoc. He humphed and said, "We'll go in and take a look, and when he leaves we can make our move. It won't be too late." Shan Tianwu could only nod. In front of this overbearing brother, he could only be a yes man. The two of them entered the arena and began to watch the battles. The battles on the second day were no longer a battle royale, but an individual spar of 1 against 1. After all, 99% of the participants had been disqualified yesterday, and those that remained behind now were only about 1,000. They had to be fielded sparingly, or the battles would not last for the consecutive 9 days. After they had drawn lots, the contestants that had won yesterday were divided into 16 areas. Only one person could qualify for the next round from each area, and then they would have to win another 2 rounds before they could enter into the final rounds on the 4th level. Ling Han was allocated into the second area, and his first opponent's name was Tang Feng. He did not know the details of this opponent, nor did he take it to heart. For someone who was determined to become the ultimate champion, it did not matter what kind of opponent he encountered on his way. They would all be defeated in his hands. The battles in the 16 major areas began at the same time. Otherwise they couldn't possibly end in one day. If everything was drawn out too long, it would seem tedious and boring. Some battles very soon ended. That was because a great many prodigies from other forces had come to the first level. There was no shortage of king tiers among them. Then, it was natural that they had ended their battles in an instant. But there were only king tiers here but no emperor tiers. That was because emperor tiers would have to come from at least 4-star forces. If they had come here they would have some privileges and would not have to battle on the first level. There were incredibly drawn-out battles as well. Both sides would be locked in a furious exchange of blows, and from the look of things, it did not seem like the victory would be decided in a single day. Ling Han waited for a while and then it was his turn. His opponent had also arrived on the stage. It was a young man whose features were sinister. He was dressed all in blue, with the symbol of a black cauldron woven into his robes. Tang Feng, the holy son of Black Cauldron Sect. Black Cauldron Sect? The 3-star force Black Cauldron Sect? Hiss, it is said that Tang Feng has the aptitude of a king tier, and can suppress 100 elites of the same cultivation level all on his own. That has to be the case. Otherwise, how could he be considered a king tier? This Tang Feng had a big renown and was recognized immediately by many. Perhaps he had also drawn the attention of many others as well. After all, he was a king tier and was not someone that they could see at any other time easily. And in the eyes of the masses, Ling Han naturally became the background whose only purpose was to enhance his display of strength. On the spectators' seats, Shantianjiu also showed a smile and murmured, "I never thought that this brat's first opponent would actually be Tang Feng. Then there is definitely no chance for him to enter into the second round. Even if it was me, I would only have a 50% chance of winning against Tang Feng." He was definitely blowing his own trumpet. With his abilities, he would definitely be ending in defeat if he was matched with Tang Feng. Furthermore, it would be a horrible defeat. In fact, it could even be an instant defeat. Meanwhile, Shan Tianwu seemed very excited, and very much anticipated watching Ling Han be defeated. And then he would make things worse for him and give Ling Han a good thrashing so that he would suffer doubly both mental and physical pain. And in yesterday's positions, Cheng Fengyun and his group were seated in rows. That was because they had all bought through tickets, so it was practically made up of all the original members. "Young Master Cheng, what do you think would happen today?" Someone actually asked Cheng Fengyun to again provide a commentary, though it was not known whether he had done it deliberately or otherwise. With a schwa, all eyes in the surroundings were set on him. Being looked at by so many people with Cheng Fengyun's vanity, he naturally would not be able to shirk the matter. He thought for a moment and said, "Though Ling Han is indeed not weak, it is clear that Tang Feng is stronger. It should be known that those people yesterday had only been a mob who had an empty advantage in numbers, yet did not know how to work together, nor did they have any individual that was particularly strong. But it is a different story today. Those that have managed to emerge victorious from the battle royale yesterday can all be considered elites. And Tang Feng, you have heard it too. He is the holy son of Black Cauldron Sect, and is furthermore a king tier of the younger generation. I dare make the assertion that it would definitely be Tang Feng who would be victorious in this battle, and furthermore it would be a crushing victory." If this prediction did not take Ling Han into consideration, that was really quite logical. A holy son that had come from a 3-star force might not be able to match an heir from a 4-star force, but the gap wouldn't be too wide either. Thus, everyone nodded repeatedly, expressing their agreement with Cheng Fengyun's opinion. However, Ling Han is really very strong. He only used a single move yesterday to defeat over 60 people. Perhaps he too is a king tier? Still, there were others that maintained a different opinion. "How about we place some stakes?" Someone was deliberately stoking the flames, and turned to look towards Cheng Fengyun. Cheng Fengyun's pride acted up and he declared, "If Ling Han can still make a comeback in this battle, in fact if he can hold on for only 100 moves, I will eat the chair under my behind." Great. Those who watched the excitement naturally did not mind the matter blowing up. The spectators all began cheering, seeming as if they were praising Cheng Fengyun. In truth, they were only forcing him into a corner so that there would be no way he could go back on his word. Cheng Fengyun was filled with confidence. Tang Feng's strength was definitely guaranteed. There was definitely no problem with his judgment. As for yesterday, that was because Shantian Wu and his group were too weak. Everyone's interest intensified. At first, the victory of the battle between Ling Han and Tang Feng was no concern of theirs, but now that it involved a gamble, their feelings of anticipation soared instantly. Chapter 1865. It was still one move. Just forfeit. Tang Feng stated calmly, appearing to be indifferent. Ling Han chuckled and said, I have never developed that habit. If you fight with me, you will only be seeking your own humiliation, Tang Feng continued, seeming very disdainful. He was the holy son of a 3-star great sect, and was actually compelled to be battled through multiple levels of selections, which made him feel very insulted. As he saw it, all his opponents should grovel beneath his feet, and respectfully deliver him all the way to the apex. Ling Han shook his head and said, Make your move. Tang Feng frowned and showed a hint of displeasure. I have already repeatedly advised you, yet you still refuse to heed it. He said, If I did make a move, it would not just end in a horrible defeat for you. Oh, tell me about it, Ling Han said calmly. You will be crippled in my hands. Tang Feng humped, clearly angered. Ling Han really did not know what was good for him. In that case, Tang Feng would just have to make him suffer a bit. This was just right. He could use this person as an example for the rest, and there should be no other person that dared to fight him tomorrow. They would admit defeat the moment they saw him. Since he was asking for a beating, he would just have to beat him into submission. He stretched out a hand and without using any celestial technique, he simply grabbed at Ling Han. However, he was a king tier of the younger generation, so this casual movement of stretching out his hand was filled with pressure, and endless stars surged in the palm of his hand. Even if they were sitting outside the arena, countless people felt their hearts suddenly clench as goosebumps rose all over their bodies. This strike was extremely devastating. As expected of a king tier, he was strong, so strong that others would be rendered speechless. The palm strike landed as a great star had fallen, possessing the might of destroying worlds. Yet Ling Han merely smiled faintly and said, Watch your feet. Pooh, a considerable number of people spluttered. They naturally were Cheng Fengyun and his group. They were incredibly familiar with this phrase. But the problem here was that yesterday Ling Han's opponents were only a rowdy mob, but today? Tang Feng was a 4th Severance king tier, so how could the trash from yesterday compare with him? Could Ling Han create a miracle? Ah! Tang Feng suddenly released a sharp cry when this palm strike of his had descended. Ling Han lightly pushed it aside, and changed the course of attack, making it land on his own foot. Just how powerful was this strike? Boom! Even if the arena had been reinforced through formations, it still trembled strongly, and Tang Feng's whole left foot was crushed into mush. He looked at Ling Han in shock, his face looking like he had seen a ghost. He actually forgot about his pain and was just staring at Ling Han in a daze. I already told you to watch your feet. Ling Han shook his head. Tang Feng's expression was bitter. With such an exchange, he already knew he was far from a match for Ling Han. He was indeed a king tier, but Ling Han was a king among kings. The gap of battle prowess between the two sides was overwhelmingly huge. I forfeit, Tang Feng said, but his face also regained some vigor. His opponent had to be an heir from a celestial king tier level force who had deliberately concealed his identity. It was not unjust that he had lost. On the spectators' seats, those that had watched this scene could not help but sigh. When it first started, Tang Feng could be said to be awe-inspiring, but when they had really fought, he was completely outmatched. Have you guys made some mistake? How could he be a king tier? That's right, that's right. Shouldn't a king tier be invincible among his peers? That person called Ling Han is only a 3rd Severance Peak stage, and is inferior to Tang Feng by a minor level, yet could defeat the latter with one move. When it comes to Tang Feng, he is a king tier of the present generation. Isn't that a joke? He must be someone having the same name. A great many people stubbornly thought that this Tang Feng was not the Tang Feng that they thought he was, but some bore stunned expressions. They were sure that this Tang Feng was the holy son of Black Cauldron sect. Ling Han. Just who exactly was he? How could he be so powerful? Brother? Shantian Wu called out to his brother, his expression filled with doubt. He also belonged to the category of people that did not know Tang Feng, and seeing how Tang Feng had been defeated in a single move, he naturally felt extreme disdain. What kind of king tier is that, Pei? He had anticipated Ling Han's horrible defeat for so long, yet the result was the complete opposite. Pa! Shantianjiu delivered a slap right onto his younger brother's face. He had used so much force that the latter spat out a good number of teeth. Why did you hit me? Because he was already used to Shantianjiu's abuse of authority, Shantianwu actually did not look angry, and merely asked this question very hurt. What did he do? He didn't do anything. Don't go and trifle with that guy again. Though Shantianjiu resented him for failing to meet his expectations, this idiot was still his younger brother. Why? Shantianwu's eyes widened. This person is very likely an heir of a celestial king tier-level great sect. Shantianjiu had no choice but to explain to prevent this idiotic brother of his from being stubborn and causing trouble again. If he talked about king tiers, emperor tiers and monarch tiers with Shantianwu, he would not have any concept of it, but once he talked about a celestial king tier-level sect, he immediately understood. That was because he knew that the clans on the top 2 levels were existences that he definitely could not trifle with, and they were just immortal palace tier and ascending origin tier level forces. If it was a celestial king tier level, Shantianwu couldn't help but shiver. Actually, he was really just a profligate and he was indeed very arrogant but not stupid in the slightest. Brother, are you sure? He was still a bit unrelenting. Don't tell me that you think my judgment is worse than yours? Shantianjiu couldn't help but feel slightly annoyed. When has it been your right to doubt me? Only then did Shantianwu agree, no longer daring to say anything else. From now onwards, do not have any further involvements with him. Shantianjiu stared at Ling Han for a while and closed his eyes. After today ended, he would bring his younger brother back to the 3rd level. And on Cheng Fengyun's side, the atmosphere was extraordinarily peculiar. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Cheng Fengyun, and they felt that this guy was really a jinx. Yesterday, whoever he had a high opinion of would be unlucky and lose, and that was the case today as well. He was practically a god of bad luck. Ahem. Someone deliberately coughed and looked towards Cheng Fengyun's bottom. Of course, he did not have any interest in Cheng Fengyun's A*S. He was just reminding the latter not to forget his previous bet. Cheng Fengyun's expression was livid, his hands gripping tightly the armrests of the stone chair, and his eyes were practically spitting fire. He really did not have the slightest grudge with Ling Han, but with Ling Han having slapped him twice in the face like this, he was really resenting him now. To recount, it was really baffling that Ling Han had gotten an enemy like this. He was also extremely innocent, but it indirectly proved that he indeed did have a halo of trouble, and could manage to attract trouble even in such a manner. I will eat it. Cheng Fengyun gritted his teeth, accepting his loss. He was a relatively fair gambler, but he had forgotten that others had not bet anything against him at all. Even if he had won, he would not have gained any benefits. Tang Feng left despondently, whilst Ling Han qualified for the next round. This caused many jaws to drop and also caused Ling Han to truly gain the attention of many. Some people shone so brilliantly that no matter how hard they tried to hide it, their brightness would still show and stun the masses. When Ling Han and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden left the arena, they couldn't help but feel slightly surprised because they actually did not see Shantianjiu and his brother. Strange. Didn't they say that they were going to deal with him? Where were they now? Ling Han naturally would not wait for them. He smiled and strode off with the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. They would fight another day. The two of them returned to their accommodations, yet saw a great many people had arrived. They represented different clans, all wanting to recruit Ling Han. Furthermore, it was not just limited to the forces of Alchemy City. There were also forces from outside the city. Chapter 1866, 10 Slaps. Even though a great many forces had offered generous conditions, Ling Han did not agree to any one of them. What a joke. Even if he had become a holy son, so what? All those gathered here were only 2-star forces and 3-star forces. Their influence was too limited. Only Alchemy City's range of influence was wide enough. Wasn't it said that at least 40% of all alchemical pills in the Celestial Realm came from Alchemy City? Then they had more or less coverage of the whole Eastern Celestial Realm. To become the young master of Alchemy City, one would at least have to be a heavyweight character. Then it would be much easier for Commander Guan to find out where he was. Moreover, using this identity to traverse the boundless seas would have a higher level of safety. Of course, this would also bring a new problem: the Thundercloud Palace and Zi clan. They obviously would not spare Ling Han. Then, even if they were wary of Rock Palace, they would assassinate him secretly. After all, due to the celestial realm being so colossal, with innumerable elites, who would dare say that they were the culprits as long as there was no evidence? Perhaps they would think that this Ling Han was not that Ling Han. The true Ling Han had already gone to the Western Celestial Realm, and this was only someone bearing the same name. After all, one was a prodigy of martial arts, yet had now suddenly become a prodigy of alchemy. This transformation was too drastic. How many people would actually believe the two were one and the same? Ling Han tactfully declined all the offers of recruitment. Some expressed pity, some asked Ling Han to reconsider, and some issued vague threats, and those Ling Han did not pay any attention to and rebuffed them with cold words, throwing them out. In Alchemy City, even if they were dividing soul tiers or immortal palace tiers, would they dare make a move on him? Maybe an ascending origin tier would. This was a great elite that could write their own rules. Of course, they too could play around outside the rules of the game, and who could control them? A night passed and a new tournament day had come again. There was no way to describe Ling Han's luck. If he said that he was unlucky, he always managed to encounter such precious treasures like the heavenly Tao Jade and Nine Heavens Flame. To say nothing of celestial kings when they were young, they might not be able to get such treasures even now. But if you thought he was lucky, he would always encounter people like Luo Qingfeng and Zi Bingyun too, which would lead to a series of events. This time was no exception. He had hopes of getting the Tao regulating pill, but the opponent he encountered today was another king tier. Even though this was a 4-star city where there were countless prodigies, there were really not that many that had managed to reach the level of king tier. But Ling Han repeatedly encountered them. Just what kind of luck did he have? Today his opponent was Yi Tianhe, the holy son of Crimson Rainbow Sect, a 3-star force. Young Master Cheng, why don't you provide a commentary again today? Practically the same group from the day before yesterday and yesterday had appeared, and the spectators had again fixed their eyes on Cheng Fengyun. Battles progressed fiercely in the arena, and there was no shortage of excitement outside either. Cheng Fengyun could be considered to have astonishing toughness. Yesterday he had already eaten a stone chair and had also paid for the damages because of it, yet he had come again today. It was unknown whether he really had a masochistic inclination by nature. Wrong, he wanted to rise from where he had fallen. He did not believe that Ling Han would be able to walk all the way to the end, and this was a firm dispute for him. Yi Tianhe is the holy son of Crimson Rainbow Sect. Furthermore, his bloodline is also extremely powerful. Even if he is not a divine fetus, he possesses strong special abilities, and his strength is superior to Tang Feng's, Cheng Fengyun said. In any case, he was not going to support Ling Han. Everyone only smiled slightly. You fuck said the same thing yesterday, and what happened? Then does young Master Cheng still think that Ling Han would lose? Someone deliberately asked, wanting to force Cheng Fengyun to directly give a definite answer, and not this kind of assessment that was just focused on strength. Cheng Fengyun gritted his teeth and said, "This time, Ling Han will definitely lose." Young Master Cheng, why don't we make another wager? There would always be people who wanted nothing more than for the world to be in chaos. Cheng Fengyun glared harshly at that person. What fuck wager? If he won, he would not gain any profits. He had really been too careless yesterday. Today he was not going to make the same mistake. I bet that Ling Han will win. A very melodious female voice rang out, and a woman with a voluptuous figure walked over. Do you dare accept the bet? She looked at Cheng Fengyun. This naturally was the heavenly phoenix divine maiden. Yesterday she had already taken notice of the happenings over here, and discovered that Cheng Fengyun was still determined to pester her husband today, so she was naturally furious. Cheng Fengyun's heart rippled. There were not many exquisite beauties as beautiful as the heavenly phoenix divine maiden. They would either be hidden from the world, or marry the young masters of noble clans, and there was no hope for him at all. Fine, what should we bet? His fighting spirit instantly rose. If I win, you will slap yourself 10 times, the heavenly phoenix divine maiden said. An angry expression flashed over Cheng Fengyun's face. A mere Genesis tier and she dared to challenge him? Do you think that just because you are a little beautiful, you can be completely unreserved? He humphed and said, if I win, I will slap you 10 times. He would first slap her until she knew the pain, and then he would softly knead with the next few strikes so he could take a little advantage of her. The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was displeased. She knew what kind of ideas the other party had. However, what they were betting were 10 slaps, and from this aspect the other party had not gone overboard. Thus she nodded and said, "All right." She was naturally filled with confidence in Ling Han. To say nothing of the fact that it was only a king tier, even if it was an emperor tier, Ling Han had already killed 2. The spectators were naturally even more excited. A wager added with a beautiful woman, they instantly became more exhilarated. In the arena, Yi Tianhe strode into the ring of battle. He wore a silvery white tight-fitting suit, enhancing the slenderness of his figure. His features were also incredibly handsome, enough to incite envy from others. His natural talent in martial arts was already so high, and he was still so indescribably handsome at that. How were others supposed to live? He looked at Ling Han and after a while he said, "I watched you fight yesterday. How was it?" Ling Han asked, smiling. "You're very strong." Yi Tianhe nodded somberly. "However, I have never had the habit of retreating without a battle. Fighting with an elite like you may compel me to become even stronger." Ling Han still smiled. He did not say that fighting with someone like him actually did not bring him the slightest benefit. Furthermore, the other party had not offended him, so he would not get any pleasure from stepping on him. Then he should just quickly do away with him. Perhaps, when he went to the 4th level, there would be stronger opponents appearing and he, too, wanted to take a look. "I hope you will not disappoint me," Yi Tianhe said. He began to gather power. Boom, a mighty river surged from the top of his head, soaring straight into the skies. The sounds of water thundered loudly, resembling the appearance of great Tao. "I am master of the divine river," Yi Tianhe declared loudly a few breaths later. His whole person was wrapped in regulations of water, while his feet were stepping on the river as he soared in midair. It was like he had turned into a river god. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Come. Charge." A 3-pronged halberd appeared in Yi Tianhe's hands. It was manifested through regulations of water. He held it with both hands and the water under his feet surged, bringing him in a rapid dash towards Ling Han. Then he stretched out the halberd in a stab. Boom, the waters rolled out, all turning into the force behind this strike, and surging towards Ling Han in an astonishingly frightening way. Ling Han stretched out a hand and grabbed out at the 3-pronged halberd. "How dare you?" Yi Tianhe roared angrily. "To actually look down on me so far, you are too arrogant. Then you must pay the price." The river underneath his feet turned into 2 clear beasts of jade water, and as their hooves galloped, their speed became faster and faster. The halberd's blade pierced out rapidly. It was formed from regulations and had endless destructive power. Ling Han only acted like he had not seen it. His right hand descended and he grabbed the 3-pronged halberd. "Explode!" Yi Tianhe shouted loudly. The regulations of water burst, wanting to shatter Ling Han's hand forcefully through the explosive impact. Ling Han smiled slightly. Boom, he began to unleash flames that flickered and danced through the whole sky. Chapter 1867. The Tragic Cheng Fengyun. Water and fire were completely incompatible. Although water overcame fire among the 5 elements, this was not an absolutely restrictive relation. Instead, both were the weakness of the other. While water did overcome fire, fire could also overcome water, and it would depend on which was the stronger. Yi Tianhe was very extraordinary. He was not a divine fetus, but possessed a little battle prowess ability which allowed him to unleash battle prowess that was inferior only to divine fetus. This was also why he was even stronger than Qingfeng. Unfortunately, Ling Han presently was a true divine fetus. Moreover, 9 Heavens Flame was stronger than a divine fetus. Divine fetus could only draw on some celestial king tier level power, but 9 Heavens Flame was a celestial king tier level existence itself, and was naturally even stronger than a divine fetus. Ling Han did not even have to use the 9 Heavens Flame. He only had to release his power of divine fetus, and the flames took the form of multiple seals, rising in resistance against the water element Great Tao. If it was a real clash of the 2 Great Tao of water and fire, there would actually be no difference in power. After advancing to Celestial King tier, regulations did not differ in strength. However, both Ling Han and Yi Tianhe were only in the Severing Mundane tier, so the gap was still huge. As the flames blazed fiercely, steam rose, and then there was no longer any river that soared skywards. Visibly, this divine river was drying up, as if it had encountered a great drought that would happen once in a century. In an instant it had completely evaporated. Etienne's appearance had also changed greatly. At first, he looked elegant and handsome, yet now he was all skin and bones, as if all the liquid in his body had been evaporated as well. He was not much different from a dried corpse. On the spectators' seats, everyone was speechless. Who would have imagined that what should have been a fierce battle would actually end so quickly? Yesterday Ling Han had defeated Qingfeng with a single move. And today? He had similarly defeated Etienne with a single move. To say nothing of the fact that no one had defeated Ling Han, even the question of exactly how strong he was could not be guessed at. Just who exactly was this Ling Han? Cheng Fengyun's face muscles twitched. Though the battle had yet to be decided, he already knew that he had lost. Fuck. He was cursing in his heart. How could there be someone so strong? Or rather, how could such a strong person possibly appear in the first level? If you were the heir of a celestial king tier level sect, then an exception would have been made for you, and you would have been led to the fourth level no matter what. Have you deliberately come to cause me trouble? I admit defeat, Etienne had declared in a trembling voice. If he did not forfeit now, the seals of great Tao in his body would be burnt by the divine flames, and his cultivation level would retreat 1,000 miles. Ling Han released his grip and took a few steps back. Smiling, he said, "You let me win." Etienne's figure shook. The source power flickered slightly and his body immediately filled out. In the first place, he had not sustained any major injuries. As long as his life force was not damaged, it would not have much effect on a cultivator. He regained his handsome appearance and cast a deep look on Ling Han. Then he said, "Brother Ling, let me first wish you that you will be invincible and gain the final victory. However, I heard that Zhao Qingfeng has come. This person. I have seen him move in an ancient site before. He is indescribably strong. I only managed to escape out of luck." Zhao Qingfeng again. It was already not Ling Han's first time hearing this name. Previously, it was only from an investigator who had not even entered the severing mundane tier. He could think that it was the latter who was simply amazed because of his lack of experience, but Etienne was a king tier, and even he was so wary, which showed that Zhao Qingfeng was indeed extraordinarily strong. "I will take note." He smiled. "No, Brother Ling," Etienne said seriously. "Zhao Qingfeng's strength has exceeded the range of Emperor tier. I estimate that even if he hasn't advanced into the Monarch tier, he would not be too far off either." Only now did Ling Han seriously take this matter to heart. Monarch tier. However, without advancing into the fifth severance, no matter how strong the prodigy was, he would not be qualified to be called a Monarch tier. He could only be considered an excellent figure among Emperor tiers. For example, like Ling Han. Only if he had succeeded in the fifth severance could he have the right to call himself a Monarch tier. He did not believe that Zhao Qingfeng had achieved the fifth severance. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to even fight. He should just directly admit defeat. The gap between fourth severance and fifth severance was like the gap between the severing mundane tier and dividing soul tier. That was a qualitative difference. Furthermore, Zhao Qingfeng's favorite hobby is killing prodigies. Etienne grimaced and said, "I did not die not because Zhao Qingfeng has become kind, but rather because he does not even deign to kill those who are mediocre." In Zhao Qingfeng's eyes, king tiers were actually just mediocre. Ling Han nodded and said, "All right, I will keep that in mind." Etienne also nodded, turned and left. His figure was a little despondent. After all, in a battle of equals, and a battle between a fourth severance and a third severance at that, he had lost completely. This had seriously struck a blow on his pride. On the spectators' seats, Cheng Fengyun's expression was livid. At this moment he really wanted to rush down and beat Etienne up. "You call yourself a king tier? Rubbish, absolute nonsense." "Slap then," the heavenly phoenix divine maiden said calmly. When it came to gambling, Cheng Fengyun's character was quite fair. He gritted his teeth and began to deliver slaps on his own face. This battle naturally caused Ling Han's rising reputation to become even louder, and also drew even more forces to recruit him, but just like yesterday, Ling Han did not bother to give them any regard. On the fourth day, the fifth day, Ling Han had encountered king tiers. The participants were becoming fewer and fewer, and the chances for encountering elites were naturally higher and higher, but encountering Ling Han was actually the greatest misfortune for the other contestants. He progressed triumphantly and charged all the way to the top 16. He only had to win another 2 rounds and he would be able to advance into the 4th level and fight in the final rounds. On the 9th day, Ling Han's opponent was Bewitching Maiden Ro. In this battle, Ling Han will definitely lose. Cheng Fengyun, who had been silent for a few days, became lively again. In the last few days he had kept his silence. Even if others asked him to provide a commentary, he would only laugh drily. He was not an idiot. Even Tang Feng and Yi Tianhe were no match for Ling Han. If he continued to insist, that would really be asking for punishment. But this time was different. That was because Ling Han's opponent was Bewitching Maiden Ro. Fairy Ro is the holy daughter of the Purity sect, and not only is she as beautiful as a celestial maiden, and as alluring as a peach, she has also cultivated the techniques of the Purity sect. To say nothing of men, even women would not be able to resist a slight smile from her. Cheng Fengyun regained the confidence that he had had at the beginning, and passed his judgment. He had never been one to fear suffering. And for men, the charm techniques of the Purity sect naturally have even more powerful destructive ability. Faced against one known as the greatest prodigy that would never appear in millions and millions of years in the Purity sect, how could Ling Han win? Everyone in the area did not make a sound, and silently watched as he chattered on and on. After a good while, someone asked, "Why don't we have another gamble?" This time, Cheng Fengyun's self-confidence was really off the charts. He took the initiative to say, "If Ling Han can still win, I will dance naked here." To even say such words, it showed how certain he was of his win. The heavier the bet, the more proof it was of his confidence, and the smoother this comeback of his would be. "All right, young Master Cheng is indeed heroic." A good few people cheered. Whether it was really praise for Cheng Fengyun was unknown, though. In the arena, Bewitching Maiden Ro walked delicately over, her pretty face still as beautiful as a celestial maiden's, exuding a seduction that would bewitch the soul. As her slender waist swayed, her hips pulled, causing anyone's heart to melt. However, her brows were wrinkled in a frown and she sighed softly and said, "Why have I encountered a monster like you? 2 rounds later at least would have been better." She was really depressed. "Haven't you gone off to the Rock Palace? Why have you come to contest for the Tao-regulating pill here then?" "I forfeit." She directly gave up without even a fight. "Pooh." Cheng Fengyun instantly spluttered, a colorful expression on his face. "Fuck." Chapter 1868, Victory. Cheng Fengyun's mouth gaped open, big enough to fit an egg. "What the fuck? Aren't you the holy daughter of the Purity sect? Aren't you the supreme calamity that would only appear once in millions and millions of years? Fuck, you actually admit defeat directly without even fighting? Judge, I want to make a report, there's something fishy going on here." Even if Cheng Fengyun's mental activity was incredibly high, he could not say a single word. What could he say? The tournament rules did not say that taking the initiative to admit defeat was disallowed. How could it be that he could force Bewitching Maiden Ro to fight with Ling Han? Running naked, he would have to run naked. He felt his vision darken. Whether it was eating stone or slapping himself, he could accept all of that. But to run naked and be completely bare to the public eye, this was really something that he could not accept. But the problem was that these words were a boast that he had personally made. Just see, he had brought evil onto himself, hadn't he? His eyes wandered and saw that every person in his vicinity was looking at him smilingly. "I will take it off," he announced loudly. Young Master Cheng's character was definitely good regarding gambling. After exiting the arena, Bewitching Maiden Ro set off in pursuit. "Brother Ling, why didn't you go to Rock Palace?" This bewitching maiden was extremely alluring. She was clearly speaking about something serious, but gave off the feeling as if she was lying on the bed and whispering soft words, immediately inciting dangerous thoughts. Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden instantly became alert. She was not the empress who had the confidence to look down on the whole world. She was only a little woman, and definitely did not hope that Ling Han would find other women. Thus, she maintained a strong dislike towards Bewitching Maiden Ro, and did not hope that she was too close with Ling Han. Ling Han smiled. "It's hard to explain." He did not want to speak of his own misfortunes, how he would encounter 2 great elites exchanging blows when he had been on his way, and was innocently implicated, and had the black murderous curse planted in him by old demon Blood Shadow. "Oh. Bewitching Maiden Ro was a little displeased. Why are you always so cool towards me? Did I offend you? Damn man, so despicable. She was cursing in her heart, but the smile on her face became even sweeter and more alluring. The techniques of the Purity sect were like this. The crueler and fiercer you were towards me, the more beautifully I would still smile. Otherwise this technique could not be unleashed. Unfortunately, this kind of charm technique did not have the slightest effect on Ling Han. He waved a hand and strode off. Bewitching Maiden Ro could only stomp her feet in rage. It was the first time she had encountered a man that completely did not fall for her charms, and she was completely helpless. A day later, Ling Han was matched with the last opponent of the first level, a man called Shu. He had no surname. However, that might not be his name but only a code name. This man looked very ordinary, and his journey all the way here had been bumpy as well. He had only narrowly won over every opponent, but the crux of the matter was that no matter how strong his opponent would be, he would always manage to win. Ling Han stood facing him. Shu did not have a tall build and had average looks, belonging to that category that would definitely not attract any notice in a crowd. Furthermore, there was not the slightest sliver of aura that escaped from him. He really was like a completely ordinary person. Merely in this aspect he was already not ordinary. Being able to control the aura in his body such that not a bit would seep out like this was the display of the strongest. Young Master Cheng. On the spectators' seats, everyone once again looked towards Cheng Fengyun. One could not help but be impressed by this person. He had eaten stone, slapped himself and run naked in public, but he actually still managed to arrive on time. There was really no one that could compare to his toughness. Cheng Fengyun shook his head repeatedly. Today he was not going to give a commentary even if it killed him. I will only be a quiet, handsome guy today. Everyone couldn't help but feel disappointed. Their enjoyment had decreased a bit. In the arena, Ling Han made a gesture of invitation and said, "Make your move." He did not take his opponent lightly. Being able to charge all the way into the top 8, there would definitely not be any weaklings. Perhaps he was like him, too incredibly powerful. Shu set his eyes on Ling Han, and bared his mouth in a grin. However, this grin was terrifying. He actually didn't have any teeth nor a tongue. There was actually a dead man's face in his mouth, smiling eerily at Ling Han. Even if Ling Han was extremely brave, he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble, and a coldness rose up in him. Right at this moment, Shu's figure flashed, and he had already charged towards Ling Han. His right hand was raised, holding a thin sword. This was really a thin sword, not much wider than a hair. As cold light flashed, he pierced out at Ling Han. His speed was really too high. In an instant he had already delivered countless stabs. It clearly was only a thin sword, but because it was too fast, it seemed as if blades were raining down. The air itself was forcibly pierced through his power of regulation flailed. So powerful. Cheng Fengyun was dumbfounded and immediately felt incredible regret. Fuck. Why didn't he make a bet today? He could have won. He really wanted to stomp his feet in fury. He had already been stifled for a good few days, and even in his dreams he wanted to see Ling Han lose, and then pass judgment to release the gloomy feelings in his heart. But when the chance came he had actually missed it. Everyone was also dazzled by the scene. Who would believe that an average-looking person would actually burst out with this kind of battle prowess? Ling Han actually didn't have the slightest ability to counter in front of this opponent. However, Shu did not look the slightest bit proud. Others might not know, but he was very clear. Ling Han seemed to have sustained innumerable stabs, but not a single blade had truly stabbed into Ling Han's body. The latter was truly strong, having the power of regulation to defend himself. It was like great Tao had wrapped around him. No matter how he attacked, it was completely ineffective. Right at this moment, Ling Han suddenly moved and looked towards him. Shu couldn't help but feel his heart freeze. He hurriedly bounced back and retreated. The feeling this opponent gave him was like he was looking at a tall mountain. If it did not move, you could be a little willful, but the moment it counterread, then the earth would crack, mountains would collapse, and seas overturn. Ling Han broke into a grin and said, "Not too bad. Among the opponents that I have encountered these days, you can be ranked at the top." This person had battle prowess close to Emperor tier. Even if he had met the likes of Zi Bingyun and Luo Qingfeng, he would be able to exchange 1 or 2 blows. Too bad the person he encountered was him. Ling Han moved and his 5 fingers stretched out, pressing out at Shu. The palm had not landed, but the aura was already like a heavy mountain, exerting so much pressure that Shu sweated like mad. He felt completely scared out of his wits and wanted to dodge, but it was as if lead had been poured into his legs. He couldn't move at all. However, he was an existence that was close to Emperor Tier after all. Shu gave a battle cry and struggled free of the pressure Ling Han exerted on his spirit, once again brandishing his sword in attack. Even if he was defeated, he wanted to be defeated in battle. Boom. In this clash of two strikes, Shu was sent flying outwards and fell onto the ground, no longer being able to get back up. On the spectators' seats, it was once again dead silence. Everyone had initially thought Ling Han would definitely lose, but had never imagined that they would have barely even finished the thought when Ling Han would have already turned the tables around and won. This turn of events had really happened too quickly. Meanwhile, Cheng Fengyun secretly marveled at his luck and felt lingering fear. Thankfully he hadn't made a bet today. Otherwise, he had best wait until they were at the 4th level so the freaks there could deal with Ling Han. After this day ended, the 4 strongest from the 1st level had all been determined, and they were Ling Han, Zhang Quan, Hiyu, and Yang Biue. Aside from Ling Han, the other 3 were all heirs of 3-star forces, having the aptitude of King Tier. Otherwise, they couldn't have possibly emerged victorious from this kind of fierce competition. They did not return to their original accommodations, but had rather been gathered together. They would immediately go to the 4th level, and the contest for the final rounds would begin the very next day. Ling Han was also very expectant. There were even better timed cultivation chambers on the 4th level. He wanted to concoct his first cauldron of celestial pills as soon as possible. Once he succeeded, he could use this as a stepping stone and open the doors to the interior of Alchemy City. Chapter 1869, Arrogance Without Bounds. Ling Han and Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden went to the 4th level via the transfer formation. As the victors of the tournament, the 4 still had some slight privileges. They were allowed to bring 1 or 2 people with them into the 4th level, but it was only limited to the tournament period. After it ended, they would have to leave within 3 days. Those who wanted to watch the tournament did not have that good luck. They could only pay to travel through the transfer formation. Not going to use it. With how colossal the space was in every level, would you manage to arrive in time if you ran? This transfer formation charged a star stone for each trip, and furthermore, it could not stop at the 4th level. You would have to return on the same day that you had come. Back and forth, that would be 2 star stones. It was rumored that Alchemist Zi Cheng also had a share in the transfer formation. He really had a good business acumen. After arriving on the 4th level, Ling Han and his group had their accommodations arranged. At most, they could only stay here for 3 days. Additionally, the victors from the 2nd and 3rd levels would also be staying here. They were basically the natives of the city, and would directly return once they had finished the tournament. Meanwhile, the victors of the 4th level were not here. They would only appear on the next day. However, when it was midnight, a frightening aura rolled out, causing the 12 people who had qualified for the next round in this courtyard to wake and become alert. So powerful. They all opened their doors and exited, and saw that there was a man standing proudly in the skies. He was like a divine god, exuding an aura that ruled supreme over the whole world. Zixiao Qingfeng. Someone recognized this person and called out his name, but his voice was actually trembling. Being able to qualify for the final rounds, which of them were not king tiers? But to actually tremble all over just by speaking a name, that showed how vicious Zhao Qingfeng was, and how frighteningly strong he was. Zhao Qingfeng. Clearly, there were a considerable number that had heard his name before. The other king tiers all frowned, looking wary. It was rumored that not only was Zhao Qingfeng overwhelmingly strong, he also had a cruel nature and had a fondness for killing prodigies. One should pray not to become the target of his attention, or he would have to pray for good fortune after he left Alchemy City. Zhao Qingfeng clasped his hands behind his back, looking down on everyone from his lofty position, strong contempt in his eyes. A bunch of trash, really rubbish, not even capable of making me interested in making a move. Everyone couldn't help but feel furious. Which one of them was not a king tier? There were 1 or 2 in fact that were so strong that they had reached the level of emperor tier, and you actually said that they were trash and rubbish? Who could tolerate that? Dissatisfied? Zhao Qingfeng scoffed, stretched out a hand and pressed down. Xiu 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 xiu. Innumerable green rays of light shot down from the skies. Those were multiple green swords, and they were all formed from seals of great Tao, filling the skies in their descent. It was as if the great Tao itself was suppressing them, which was astonishingly frightening. Everyone hurriedly moved to parry the incoming attack. Ping ping ping. The whole courtyard was practically obliterated in an instant, and when the clouds of dust dispersed, the majority of people were lying on the ground. Even if there were a few that had not lain down, they still bore some injuries. A casual move, but it was capable of wounding over a dozen king tiers and even emperor tiers with a single strike. Just what kind of terrifying strength was this? This was Zhao Qingfeng. What was more frightening was that he was clearly already so strong, yet was still one of the 4 heavenly kings under Yan Xianlu, and Yan Xianlu, he was not even the heir of a 9 heavens celestial king tier. I already said that you were trash. Zhao Qingfeng scoffed. I came this time just to tell you all not to waste my time. Tomorrow there will only be one tournament battle. His eyes were set on the only person who was still standing and unwounded in the area. Ling Han. Ling Han had already drawn Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden into the Black Tower. Ling Han. Zhao Qingfeng asked calmly, 2 balls of fire erupting in his eyes. That was a blazing fighting spirit. Ling Han was slightly surprised. The other party actually knew his name? He also looked back at him. Though he was looking upwards, he had a certain pride about his posture, and was not at the slightest bit of advantage in terms of aura. That's right. I am Ling Han, he stated evenly. This Zhao Qingfeng was really very strong. Perhaps he was even stronger than Ling Han had been before he had been tempered by the celestial king tier flames. But now Ling Han had absolute confidence in himself. Ling Han did not dare underestimate any prodigy in this world, but he similarly would still have absolute confidence in himself. Zhao Qingfeng bared his teeth in a grin and declared, "You are very interesting. Tomorrow will be the finals between you and me." Was this reasonable? There were a total of 16 people who had qualified for the final rounds, and 8 would win, then 4 out of that, and then the last 2 would remain. Only then would the final battle be held, and now he had directly skipped over 3 days of battles. Wasn't he afraid that Alchemist Zi Cheng would seek him out for an accounting? Though Ling Han had never met this alchemist before, he was already capable of saying for certain that he was definitely an old money grubber. Let's talk about this later, Ling Han said carelessly. Whether it was fighting slowly all the way to the finals, or immediately beginning the battle, he was unafraid. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes swept over him and he said, "If you people do not automatically forfeit tomorrow, then none of you need even dream of returning alive. Whatever I, Zhao Qingfeng, have said, I promise it will be done." He was arrogant enough, domineering enough, and haughty enough, but he had enough strength too. Everyone was silent. At first, some people had had some hope, but just now they had been defeated with a single move from Zhao Qingfeng, which naturally was a blow strong enough to destroy all their confidence. In any case, they couldn't possibly win, so what did it matter if they retreated earlier or later? That was Zhao Qingfeng, and they could not afford to trifle with him. The unluckier one was Ling Han. He had become Zhao Qingfeng's target, and he would definitely be killed tomorrow. Ling Han, I anticipate the battle tomorrow. You definitely must not disappoint me or else. Zhao Qingfeng only looked deeply at Ling Han before leaving with a flutter of his sleeve. This arrogance of his had reached a completely different level. Ling Han propped up his chin and reflected on himself. Had he been too modest? You see, Zhao Qingfeng was only the subordinate of a holy son, yet could actually be arrogant to this extent in Alchemy City. Tomorrow, he was going to crush this guy. Ling Han made his decision. Who cared how freakish a prodigy Yan Xianlu was? That was something to be considered later. Now he very much disliked the look of Zhao Qingfeng, and if he did not crush him, irritation would continue to be stifled in his heart. The courtyard was razed to the ground. However, the other 15 people had no plans to continue the tournament, so they were not so concerned. Some immediately left, while others were still not willing to give up, and placed their bets on Ling Han. They hoped to see Ling Han make a great comeback and suppress Zhao Qingfeng. Ultimately, this night had still passed. Early in the morning of the second day, Ling Han and Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden set out, heading to the arena here. It was very close. What, all the other contestants have forfeited and now only 2 are left. In the arena, one of the persons in charge couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat as he listened to the report from his subordinate. The tickets had already been sold, yet such a problem had actually cropped up now. Zhao Qingfeng, he exclaimed through gritted teeth. Would you die if you fought a few more rounds? to actually threaten the other contestants so that they would take their own initiative to forfeit. Thankfully, there was at least one that had stayed behind. Otherwise, after working hard for 10 days to half a month, the finals would have actually fizzled out. That would really be too much of a joke. It can't be helped, we can only directly follow up with the finals, this person in charge said with a sigh. Though Zhao Qingfeng was despicable, who would dare to directly reprimand him? As he was a person that had walked out from an 8th heaven celestial king tier level force, even a finger of his was incredibly precious. Moreover, he was also Yin Xinlu's follower, and as the saying went, when one beat a dog, one had to answer to its master. That was a supreme genius that would definitely become a celestial king. Who dared to offend him? I hope that this Ling Han is not disappointing and will teach Zhao Qingfeng a good lesson, this person in charge exclaimed, but then he shook his head. This was an impossible feat. Even the holy sons of celestial king tier level sects had all been easily defeated by Zhao Qingfeng, so how could Ling Han possibly defy the heavens? Chapter 1870, Final Battle. On the spectators' seats, when the Master of Ceremonies announced that the final battle would directly begin today, the whole martial arena instantly erupted in a storm of protest. What the heck was this? It had been agreed that they would be able to watch for 4 days consecutively, so why had it been shortened to a single day? You guys had just decided the winner behind closed doors, right? The others fought earnestly all the way here and in the end they were disqualified for no reason. But the Master of Ceremonies also said that the other contestants had all forfeited on their own initiative, and they could not force them to fight, after all, right? Thus, whether you were in agreement or otherwise, you would have to accept this result. There would only be one battle, and that was Ling Han against Zhao Qingfeng. Ling Han. Lu Xianming murmured. Could it be that it was that person? It couldn't be so coincidental, right? Young Master Lu. Sun Dong approached. What is it? Lu Xianming shook his head, and thought that they were only two people who shared the same name. After all, there were really too many people in the celestial realm, so it was not unusual for two people to share the same name. Meanwhile, Sun Dong was almost prostrating himself in admiration of Zhao Qingfeng. He said that he would directly fight the final battle, and he was really going to fight the final battle. All the others had been scared into flight. He was really too domineering. In this battle against Ling Han, that damn guy would definitely be crushed into dust by Zhao Qingfeng. After waiting for so many days, the moment for his revenge had finally come. On the other side, Cheng Fengyun also had a feeling of exultation. Today, Ling Han was definitely going to be defeated. Initially, it was still possible for Ling Han to stay a few more days on this stage, but today is the final battle and he is facing Zhao Qingfeng directly, then that would mean undoubted defeat. He spoke frankly with assurance as if he was Zhao Qingfeng himself. However, there was no one stoking the fires today because everyone had heard about Zhao Qingfeng's past deeds. Just some time ago he had directly forced a few holy sons and holy daughter from several celestial king tier level sects to leave, and 3 of the victors of the 4th level had also forfeited. That was all because they were wary of Zhao Qingfeng. This person was so strong that he had reached the level of destroying worlds. No matter how strong Ling Han was, he could only lose in resentment faced with Zhao Qingfeng. The only question here was exactly how many moves Ling Han could survive. 3, 5, 10? And he still dared to fight. His courage was really admirable. After the Master of Ceremonies blabbered for a while, this final battle that was much anticipated yet taking place ahead of time was finally going to begin. The 2 contestants came on stage. And suddenly an expression of shock appeared on Lu Xianming's face. He had seen Ling Han. Fuck, it really was this guy. He couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. This world was really too small, wasn't it? Not even a year had passed and he had met Ling Han again. No. Lu Xianming immediately thought in his heart. He could not allow Ling Han to die at Zhao Qingfeng's hands. Firstly, he still owed his life to the former, and secondly, Ling Han's strength was very powerful, and he needed this kind of helper. He would step out to stop the battle after Ling Han was defeated. With his identity, Zhao Qingfeng would have to give him some face. In this manner he would repay Ling Han's kindness, and could take advantage of the chance to recruit him too. Ah, what a great idea. Sun Dong did not notice the changing expressions on Lu Xianming's face. After he saw Ling Han, his whole head was filled with the tragic scene of having his A*S pierced, and he wanted nothing more than to devour Ling Han's flesh and drink his blood. Begin. The master of ceremonies waved a hand, and left the stage to these two young prodigies. Qingfeng stood, clasping his hands behind his back. He set his eyes on Ling Han and said, "Not bad. At least you have some courage. I thought you would be a coward as well." Ling Han chuckled and said, "If I left, who would beat you to mush?" "Haha, your courage is something to be praised. I hope your strength will not disappoint me." Qingfeng was not angered but instead laughed. His only fear was that Ling Han was not strong enough, and could not give him a strong enough stimulation, arousing all his potential. The longer he stayed at the fourth severance, the lower the chances were for breaking through to the fifth severance. The accumulation of power over time was of no use at all. Instead, it would only cause a contrary effect. Ling Han said, "I too hope that you are strong. Otherwise, stepping on a weakling would be something very boring. Arrogant, but there is no meaning to it." Qingfeng raised his right hand, and a green halo of light appeared in the palm of his hand. Then a green sword appeared within the green halo, and he gripped it in his hand. Qingfeng showed a cruel expression. For this feast, he had already waited for a very long time, and now he was impatient to finally enjoy it. Cruelly killing a prodigy that was close to his equal would endlessly arouse his Tao heart. That was right, he had cultivated the regulation of slaughter. Of all the kings in the world, Qingfeng is the strongest. Qingfeng stated calmly, an indescribable pride clear in his tone. Ling Han was surprised. This guy was really shameless. Of all the kings in the world, you actually dared to call yourself the strongest. Where had you gotten such courage from? It should be known that even Yan Xianlu did not have the right to call himself the strongest, what more you? Ling Han couldn't help but laugh out loud and shook his head. "You actually dare laugh at me?" Qingfeng smirked coldly, and the green blade in his hand rose, striking out at the empty air in front of Ling Han. Shwa! A flash of sword chi swept out, turning into a sword that was 30,000 meters long, and slashing harshly at Ling Han. He was arrogant, but he was indeed strong. This strike had gathered supreme great Tao, as if it could slice open the heavens and earth. As expected of a prodigy from the Eternal Prosperity sect. On the spectators' seats, a few powerful figures were watching the battle. They were all ascending origin tier elites, the strongest beneath Celestial King tier. In their eyes, to say nothing of Qingfeng and Ling Han, even if Yan Xianlu had come, he would only be a child. No matter how strong your potential was, that was a matter of the future. How could a severing mundane tier possibly gain the serious notice of ascending origin tiers? His battle prowess is indeed strong enough. The powerful figures made their assessment. This brat has already cultivated the severing mundane tier to perfection. I do not believe that he is incapable of breaking through to the dividing soul tier with his talent. Unless. These powerful figures all exchanged looks, and could see a sliver of shock in each other's eyes. They had thought of a legend. It really was just a legend. At least, they had never heard of anyone who had successfully accomplished it. Above the fourth severance there was still the fifth severance. Whichever Celestial King tier sect this boy went to, he would be qualified to become a holy son. However, he still chose to become Yan Xianlu's follower. Perhaps it is also for the sake of completing the fifth severance. These powerful figures were all guessing, and a hint of admiration appeared in their expressions. Even they were slightly stunned by Zhao Qingfeng's resolve. However, with this, old Zi Cheng would definitely be stomping his feet in fury after causing him to earn a lot less profit for no reason. A shorty that had his hair tied in countless braids suddenly said with a laugh. "Ha ha ha ha." The other powerful figures all laughed loudly. Thinking of that money grubber look of Alchemist Zi Cheng, they really anticipated the expression he would have on his face when he heard of the news. Amidst the laughter of these mighty figures, this flash of sword chi Qingfeng had shot out blasted towards Ling Han. Ling Han shot out a fist. Peng, the regulations of fire entwined around his fist, and his punch landed on the sword chi. The sword chi crumbled instantly. However, Ling Han was also forced into a retreat by the shock wave caused by this clash, all the way until he had reached the boundary of the arena, and then his retreat was stopped by the wall behind him. With a bang he had crashed so hard into the wall that it shook. What a frightening strike. It was only a careless wave, and it already possessed such might. Ling Han frowned slightly. He was not inferior to his opponent in talent, but because there was a gap of a minor level between them, with third severance against fourth severance, and added with the fact that Zhao Qingfeng was also close to monarch tier level, he had fallen into a disadvantage. This is fun. Let's battle then. Chapter 1871, You have disappointed me too much. Ling Han released a battle cry and stepped strongly with his feet. Peng, his whole person instantly shot out like a sharp arrow, charging back over to Zhao Qingfeng. Physical power added with origin power was unleashed through regulations of lightning, and Ling Han's speed was indescribably fast. He raised his fist and harshly threw a punch at Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng was slightly surprised. While Ling Han's battle prowess was inferior to his, he had not been injured even when he had taken this strike from him head-on. This kind of defense caused even him to be slightly impressed. However, this was the prodigy that he anticipated. If Ling Han was only so mediocre that he would be killed with a few moves from him, how could he possibly arouse his Dao heart then? He raised his sword in a sweep and sliced out at Ling Han. The sword exuded a terrifying cold light, and there were patterns of great Dao flickering. It was a pseudo-celestial tool by itself, and added with the powerful martial intent of Zhao Qingfeng, an endless might was instantly unleashed. Ling Han shouted loudly and pushed the power of lightning to its pinnacle. Peng, a fierce clash, and he was once again sent flying. However, his physique was really too strong. Additionally, the right hand that had directly clashed with was wrapped in regulations of lightning, and he was not injured by the pseudo-celestial tool. This time Zhao Qingfeng was really stunned. Previously he had only delivered a flash of sword chi, so it was very normal that Ling Han could have taken it head-on without any injury, but now? That was really a genuine strike, and there was also the chi of slaughter that he had cultivated instilled in this strike, possessing incredibly frightening destructive power. And even with that, Ling Han was not injured. In fact, his fist hadn't even been scraped. Zhao Qingfeng was trembling slightly. However, it was not because of fear but rather excitement. A good opponent was incredibly rare. If he could not find a suitable opponent, he would even battle the other 3 heavenly kings under Yan Xianlu to death. Only then could he completely arouse his full fighting spirit, and have a battle that was brilliant to the extreme. He naturally did not want that. If Yan Xianlu was angered, even he would shiver in fear. And now, an outsider had similarly aroused his fighting spirit. This naturally was best. It could refine his Dao heart, and he would also not have to anger Yan Xianlu. This was practically a gift that the heavens had bestowed on him. To repay you, I will ensure that you die in incredible agony so that this world will remember your anguish. Zhao Qingfeng stuck out his tongue and licked the blade of his sword. Even his eyes were slightly dazed, but his frightening aura surged out of his body like a tsunami, which also made him incredibly dangerous. Cultivating regulation of slaughter, he would not even remember who he was when he went nuts. His only thought was killing. Ling Han did not dare to be careless. This was definitely the strongest opponent among his peers that he had encountered in his life. The likes of Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng weren't even qualified to pick up Zhao Qingfeng's shoes. He released a battle cry, and the divine demon sword was summoned. Channeling the power of lightning, he clashed with Zhao Qingfeng. The 2 young prodigies' fighting spirit blazed, and they brandished their swords in a head-on clash with the other. Ding ding ding. Crisp sounds rang out continuously, and as they moved, they turned into loud blasts of thunder, deafening with their volume. Every time they clashed, it was a clash of great Dao. A dazzling light appeared, which then turned into a terrifying explosion. If this had not been the arena where there were protective formations in place, it would definitely have been razed to the ground already, and also caused massive damage to the spectators. Bewitching Maiden Ro couldn't help but ball her hands into fists. She had heard of Zhao Qingfeng's reputation. He was doubtlessly a prodigy and was also a maniac at the same time. Practically no one that he had set his eyes on could escape the fate of being killed. Though she was angered by Ling Han's lack of sensitivity, they had fought together on the same side a few times, and a certain level of amiable relations had naturally developed between them. She had no wish to see Ling Han die in Zhao Qingfeng's hands. But Zhao Qingfeng was too strong. He was completely suppressing Ling Han in the battle. Though Ling Han's defenses were indeed very strong, he could not hold on for long. There would come a time that his defenses would be penetrated. Her heart became anxious, and her fists also became more tightly clenched. Meanwhile, Sun Dong became excited. At the same time he was also slightly impatient. It was clear that Zhao Qingfeng completely had the upper hand, so why was he still unable to kill Ling Han? Someone who had the same thoughts as he was Cheng Fengyun. He wanted nothing more than to go into the arena and give Zhao Qingfeng a hand. Ling Han had fallen into a disadvantage. Everyone could see that, and with every clash, just when everyone thought that Ling Han would not be able to hold on any longer, he always managed to stand back up like nothing had happened. This guy was also a freak. The cruel smile at Zhao Qingfeng's lips became more and more pronounced. He liked this kind of prodigy that had powerful toughness. Only then would he have enough fun through killing him, especially when his blade had sliced open Ling Han's neck and chest. Seeing that blood-splattered scene, his Dao heart would also be refined to the pinnacle in an instant, and he would be able to easily push open the barriers to his cultivation level. Be stronger so that all the blood burning in his body would blaze even stronger. Only when he killed Ling Han could he open the doors to the fifth severance. Ling Han seemed to be in a precarious position, but only he himself knew that he was not in the slightest danger at all. The strength of his physique had practically rushed up to the level of level 3 pseudo-divine metal. This meant that if anyone wanted to wound him, he would have to push his battle prowess up to the level of Yang Soul at least. Fifth severance could be treated like Yang Soul, but was Zhao Qingfeng in the fifth severance? No way. What a joke. The reason why he had fallen into a disadvantage was firstly that he was a cultivation level lower, and secondly because he had only used the regulations of lightning. There were many regulations he had grasped, but if they were ranked in terms of power, the first place naturally belonged to regulations of fire, second was water, and lightning was only third. As for space, time, slaughter, and so on, he had only just barely touched on these areas. Using the regulations that were ranked third to face an opponent whose strength was close to his, wasn't it very natural that he had fallen into a disadvantage? Ling Han, if you only have this little bit of strength, your blood will definitely be spilt within 3 moves. Zhao Qingfeng's whole body was surging with a murderous aura. He had already boosted his regulation of slaughter to the pinnacle. The present him was a god of slaughter. Ling Han humphed. He, too, wanted to use the opponent to open the doors to the fourth severance. Otherwise, he would have directly drawn on the strongest power of a fire divine fetus. That destructive power that would explode in an instant was incredibly frightening. I already said not to disappoint me, but you only have this bit of strength. It's not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes were bloodshot. Being able to withstand strong attacks was still not enough to completely arouse his murderous heart. He roared. Wang, his sword trembled slightly and a streak of light flashed past. This pseudo-celestial tool instantly exploded with an incredible blaze of light, as if a blunt weapon had suddenly been sharpened into a blade. Shua, as the sword struck, a streak of blood actually spewed from Ling Han's body. Thankfully, it was only his skin that was scraped, and it was not a bone-deep wound. His strongest part was naturally his bones. They had reached close to the height of 3-star pseudo-divine metal, but his skin, blood, and flesh was not as freakish as that. However, being able to split Ling Han's skin with a strike, the force behind the strike was really extremely strong. You think I have just cultivated the regulation of slaughter? Zhao Qingfeng smirked coldly. Wrong, I am a bronze divine fetus, metal element. This is my original elemental alignment, and also my strongest regulations. No wonder. The murderous aura of regulation of slaughter was filled with endless destructive power, and the air of sharp metal similarly was focused on offensive. With the two compounded together, he was naturally capable of conquering every obstacle. You only have that little bit of strength? This is too sad, and to think I thought of you as a rival. I held myself back for so many days to finally make my move. You have disappointed me too much. Chapter 1872, Showing Off Their Respective Strength. On the spectators' seats, a round of cheers suddenly rose up. 4 ordinary spectators, they were not concerned who would win or lose. As long as they could see an exciting battle, they would be satisfied. After spending so much money, what they wanted to see was blood spilling and flesh tearing. And now Ling Han's blood was finally spilt, which naturally caused their emotions to climax instantly. Kill. 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 Some were shouting with bloodshot eyes. That frantic madness was no less than that of Zhao Qingfeng himself, if not more. Sun Dong also belonged to them. As he yelled, he was still waving his arms in excitement. Pa Lu Xianming immediately delivered a slap at him. Sun Dong's whole person spun around on the spot from the impact. Then he was baffled and asked in confusion, "Holy Sun, why did you hit me?" He felt very innocently wronged. Lu Xianming humphed. As one of superior status, did he have to give his subordinates an explanation? If you can't discern my body language, you still think of becoming my trusted aide. Idiot. Although Sun Dong had a fondness for women, he was a very clever man. When he realized that Lu Xianming was showing a strong displeasure, he hurriedly murmured his apologies. As for the reason, that could be discussed later. On the other side, Cheng Fengyun was even more excited. Because of Ling Han, he had suffered a lot. The noble young master of Cheng clan actually had to eat rock, slap himself, and even run naked. How could that be endured? After being repressed for 10 days, his emotions exploded in an instant, which naturally made him exhilarated to the extreme. Kill. Zhao Qingfeng, kill. He shouted, his face flushed red. Even the veins below his skin were popping, and it was very possible that his heart would explode due to overexcitement. Bewitching Maiden Ro was even more anxious and thought, why has this idiot not admitted defeat yet? Does he want to be beaten to death? Why are you being so stubborn? To say nothing of her, even Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was a little uncertain. Though she knew Ling Han's strength very well, Zhao Qingfeng's battle prowess was too vicious, and he had indeed wounded Ling Han with a single strike. She couldn't help but worry, her pretty face showing her anxiety. Brother, this brat can't hold on for much longer, Shantianwu said excitedly. Under his brother's abuse of authority, he no longer dared to make a move on Ling Han. However, that did not mean that he did not hate Ling Han anymore. Now, as he watched Ling Han suffer an injury, it was as if he had been injected with adrenaline. That was how excited he was. Meanwhile, Shantianjiu was much more reserved. He smiled slightly, yet in his heart, he thought that all this was only a matter of course. Zhao Qingfeng was too strong, and even the holy sons and holy daughters of celestial king tier-level sects had been instantly defeated by him. At most, Ling Han could only be the holy son from a celestial king tier-level force. Faced with Zhao Qingfeng, it was definite that he would be outmatched. To last for so long before finally sustaining injuries was already very much beyond his expectations. Even those powerful figures nodded their heads continuously. Zhao Qingfeng's strength had already reached the peak stage of the severing mundane tier, and had in fact surpassed that. Because there was a large vacuum of battle prowess between the severing mundane tier and dividing soul tier, the present Zhao Qingfeng was within this vacuum. How could he not be strong? The spectators' cheers seemed capable of crumbling mountains and overturning seas. There were practically not many here that knew Ling Han, so they naturally would not be cheering for him. They were all leaning in favor of the elite. Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng. Everyone all cheered together as if wanting to shatter the sky itself. Zhao Qingfeng bared his teeth in a menacing grin, and raised the sword to level, aiming straight at Ling Han. If you can't completely ignite my Tao heart, what meaning is there for you to continue living? Just die. He roared and charged towards Ling Han. Scram. Ling Han roared furiously. Brandishing his sword, he received the incoming attack. The brightness of lightning exploded madly, and fiery flames were still burning within. He too had channeled his divine sword, and used the regulations of fire. He kept feeling that Zhao Qingfeng had not used his full strength. Thus he too had only channeled the regulations of lightning all this while, exchanging blows with the other. Now, since the other had revealed his trump card, he too began to unleash his true battle prowess. You want to break through? So do I, so let's just see who will become the stepping stone for the other. Boom. The two swords clashed, and a brilliant light surged out from the point where the blades clashed. Very soon, a pinpoint of light turned into a massive ball of light, which then turned into a terrifying explosion, sweeping out in all directions. Ping ping ping. All around the arena, multiple formation patterns lit up, blocking the shock wave that had gone berserk. Even so, the spectators were all dazed and looked completely beside themselves. Too strong, really too strong. Was this really the strength that a severing mundane tier should have? What was more frightening was that Ling Han actually turned his dire situation around. His whole body was burning with fiery flames, bestowing his brilliance on the world like a sun god. In this exchange, it was still Ling Han that was at a disadvantage, but it was no longer one-sided. This was a worthy battle. On the spectators' seats, the powerful figures all closed their mouths, sinking into silence. After a long while, the shorty with braided hair finally said, This brat is still only a third severance peak stage. Ling Han's strength naturally would not be taken to heart by these powerful figures, but the problem here was that there was a third severance peak stage cultivator that had actually also stepped into the vacuum between severing mundane tier and dividing soul tier. This was really too exaggerating. Then when you advanced into the fourth severance, could it be that you would be able to match the dividing soul tier? Matching dividing soul tier is impossible. Even Yan Xianlu could not possibly fight a dividing soul tier opponent while he is still at the fourth severance. He would only be able to defeat all other severing mundane tiers, a powerful figure spoke up. Unless he can advance into the fifth severance, several mighty figures said at the same time. But when they said this, they all shook their heads. This was a possibility that was close to zero. Hee, since you all don't have a high opinion of this kid, I will take him as my disciple then, the shorty with braided hair said. Old geezer who, the height of battle prowess is one story, but what does that have to do with taking disciples? An elder with a tall build hurriedly jumped in. This brat, I too have the interest to take him as my disciple. I, on the other hand, do not want to take him as my disciple. However, I would like to take him in as a son-in-law. Another powerful figure said. Suddenly all these big shots were arguing with red faces. Ha, this only makes it interesting. Zhao Qingfeng was not stunned because of Ling Han's aggressive counterattack. Instead he looked delighted. Only if Ling Han was strong enough could he completely arouse his murderous heart. Die. He charged over, laughing madly. He brandished his sword in a swipe, and delivered millions and millions of flashes of sword chi that filled the entire arena. This was the range of his sword chi. Because he was a metal element divine fetus, he was born with an affinity with metal, and could easily manipulate it at his slightest whim. And now, all the metal element of the heaven and earth had turned into sword chi, and added with his control of regulations at the fourth severance, this destructive power was unimaginable. Shua, all the sword chi shot out simultaneously, wanting to turn Ling Han into a beehive. Shio. The sword chi descended together, turning into a massive ball of blades, and Ling Han was completely drowned in it. Is he dead yet? On the spectators' seats, everyone was holding their breath. This kind of battle was really too intense, too exciting, and they had even forgotten to breathe. Boom. Suddenly, a pillar of flame burst out from within the ball of blades, melting the ball of blades with its heat. Ling Han was standing proudly there, completely unwounded. Gasp. The spectators all exclaimed in shock. This was a little too strong, wasn't it? This Ling Han, who exactly was he? Could it be that he was the holy son from some celestial king tier level sect, and had deliberately concealed his identity? Yet Zhao Qingfeng only laughed maniacally and pounced, brandishing his sword in a swift slash. Hi's murderous heart was blazing. Ling Han's strength had already caused his killing intent to completely boil over, and now the only thing left was to deliver the killing strike on Ling Han so he could be completely refined. Chapter 1873, Frightening Destructive Power. Ling Han released a battle cry. The divine demon sword swept out in a slash, clashing harshly with Zhao Qingfeng without the slightest show of weakness. The two young elites were utterly brilliant, earnestly releasing their brightness, which was strong enough to dazzle the galaxies and last for eternity. Some holy sons and holy daughters of celestial king tier level sects had not left, and were all dazed by this scene. Then they paled in dejection. They could not compare, they really could not compare. While they, too, were emperor tiers, compared with these two, it was like one had just barely started while the other had already reached the apex. They were on completely two different levels. What was more unacceptable and more unimaginable to them was that this was actually not the strongest of the severing mundane tier. Firstly, Ling Han was still a third severance peak stage. After he entered into the fourth severance, his battle prowess would definitely increase tremendously. Secondly, above these two people, there was another mountain that could not be moved. Yan Xianlu. Just how strong would he be then? Ling Han's excitement was aroused with the battle. Using the immovable deity metal body, he manifested 6 arms, and began to channel even more celestial techniques. Mere party tricks. Zhao Qingfeng scoffed. Though he was not a holy son, he was stronger than 99 and of all holy sons, and had a grasp of even more celestial techniques. His figure blurred, and his whole body suddenly enlarged to 10 times the original size, and harshly stomped on Ling Han with a single foot. This stomp was like a bronze mountain descending, and what was more astonishing was that there were countless seals flickering on the sole of his foot, and that was what was the most deadly about it. Is that right? Ling Han smirked and lightly pressed with one arm. Vanish? All of a sudden that massive figure of Zhao Qingfeng vanished. But it was only an instant, and that massive foot had shattered the space, reappearing abruptly. Then it was Zhao Qingfeng's gigantic figure. He clearly was only 15 to 18 meters tall, yet it was as if he was capable of supporting both heaven and earth. An iron fist flew over, directly aiming for Zhao Qingfeng's face. Ling Han was already long waiting for him. Humph! Zhao Qingfeng was not flustered at all. Hi's whole head of black hair danced wildly, turning into sharp spikes that pierced towards Ling Han's left eye. You gave me a punch and I would pay you back with a single sword strike. Ling Han did not even think of dodging or withdrawing his punch. This punch flew in a straight course and he only closed his left eye, and slightly leaned his head to the side. Puh! This punch and sword strike both landed solidly. This was the first time Zhao Qingfeng had been struck by Ling Han. Under the blast of this fist, his whole person retreated a few dozen steps back, and with every step back, it had forcefully created a deep footprint on the ground. However, there were protective formations here, so the ground under his feet returned back to normal in a mere instant. A fist-shaped groove had shockingly appeared on Zhao Qingfeng's face, and what was strange was that his skin hadn't broken, nor was there any blood spilt. It was as if his fist had punched a metallic object, forcefully causing it to curve inwards. Bronze divine fetus truly had strong defenses. On the other side, the hair spikes had pricked Ling Han's face, but could not penetrate it at all. They only swiped past his face, leaving behind bloody marks that started from the corner of the left eye all the way to the right corner of the lips on Ling Han's face. Ling Han wiped his face. There was some blood on his hand. He channeled the indestructible heaven scroll, and the bloody marks on his face instantly became lighter and recovered. To strike. At the moment, it was unclear who was at the upper hand. I want to kill you more and more. Zhao Qingfeng declared, the groove on his face slowly filling back out, and he too very quickly regained his original appearance. However, there was still the shape of a fist left behind. Clearly his defenses could not compare with Ling Han's. This was natural. Firstly, Zhao Qingfeng was only a divine fetus, and what level was the indestructible heaven scroll at? Secondly, a metal element divine fetus was more focused on the offensive in the first place, and was not so much geared towards defense. Thirdly, it was mainly because his cultivation level was higher. Otherwise, it definitely would not have been so easy for him to recover. Ling Han took in a deep breath. After battling to this moment, he had no choice but to admit that the other party was the strongest opponent he had faced since entering into the celestial realm. If it had been before he had been tempered by the immortal flames, and their cultivation level had been completely equal, it would have been really hard to say who would be coming out the victor. And now, Ling Han could still manage a tie while his cultivation level was still a minor level lower, which showed fully the benefits being tempered by immortal flames had brought him. It had really strengthened him too much. If he couldn't even deal with Zhao Qingfeng now, what right did he have to compare to Yan Xianlu? Furthermore, Yan Xianlu might not be the strongest severing mundane tier in the celestial realm either. Just come at me. Ling Han's fighting spirit blazed. He was the same as the Rain Emperor. They were both the type to become stronger with battle, and they could gain inspiration from battle too, breaking through in an instant. After this battle, his confidence and first severance would definitely improve to a new height, and there would be hopes for him to break through to the fourth severance. I will send you on your way. Zhao Qingfeng smiled coldly, stretching out his hand and then flipping it over. Murderous shadow. Xiu xiu xiu. Suddenly, countless flashes of murderous aura surged out from the palm of his hand, turning into multiple human figures. All of them looked exactly like Zhao Qingfeng, and even the aura they exuded was not different in the slightest. This time, everyone was astounded. One Zhao Qingfeng was already so hard to deal with, and now with 1, 2, 3, 4, there were already several dozen Zhao Qingfengs. Then wouldn't he be invincible in the severing mundane tier? He was called Invincible Qingfeng, and it was definitely not bragging. He truly was very strong. Ling Han's eyes swept over them. The Eye of Truth was already long since obsolete. He could not tell what difference these figures of murderous aura had with the original at all. He was not concerned though, because he was sure that his physique was definitely invincible in the severing mundane tier. Even when meeting a fifth severance, as long as he had advanced into the fourth severance, he would be qualified to fight the former. If he had advanced into the fifth severance, then he could ignore even Yang Soul tier elites. Come on then. Zhao Qingfeng manifested a total of 99 doppelgangers, and added with the original, they just happened to total 100. He laughed, pointing his sword at Ling Han, and the other 99 doppelgangers did the same movement at the same time. Ultimate strike. He charged towards Ling Han, the murderous shadows blasting together. The light of Great Tao shone brilliantly. This strike was a perfect merging of the regulation of slaughter and regulations of metal. Ling Han smiled calmly and struck out with a palm. One boundless coldness suddenly arose. The source power of water activated. This was the Xianin source water, a celestial king tier level entity. Merely in terms of level, there was not a single object or person that could reign over it. Freezing 1,000 miles. Ka. This coldness was too terrifying. It seeped out to the sides of the arena, and activated the protective formations, creating snowflakes on the formation patterns. At first, the attacks of severing mundane tiers naturally were no issue, and could be easily dispelled by the formations. But who asked for this to be Ling Han's source power, and a source water of the heaven and earth to be showing its might? Pa. The ice shattered, actually destroying a sliver of the formation patterns. Though it was practically indiscernible, a great many powerful figures all paled. You fucking freak. This formation was ascending origin tier in level, and a severing mundane tier brat actually managed to destroy a bit of it. Though it was a pitifully small portion, what did this mean? Ling Han had the ability to kill ascending origin tiers. Of course, the prerequisite was that the ascending origin tier elite did not resist, and only channeled regulations to protect himself. In that case, after Ling Han spent a horribly long time, he would be able to slowly disintegrate these regulations, and then kill the ascending origin tier elite. This was only a theoretical possibility. Whether it was replenishing the ascending origin tier's regulations for defense, or a casual strike, it was enough to turn all of Ling Han's efforts into waste and kill him immediately, but merely this sliver of possibility was already an inconceivable thing. Gods, just what kind of monster was this? Chapter 1874, Strongest Attack. Under the ice, the movements of the majority of Zhao Qingfeng slowed, and only the original was practically unaffected, continuing to launch his offensive on Ling Han. But without the support of many murderous shadows, the might of this attack was only that. With a strike from Ling Han, Peng Zhao Qingfeng was sent backwards. Competing with doppelgangers, come then. Ling Han exclaimed lowly, and his life force was unleashed, 3 battle beasts walking out from within his body. Flames turned into the vermilion bird, water took the form of the azure dragon, and lightning became Zhu Li, and they were all immortal beasts of immortal beasts. Comparatively speaking, Zhu Li was considerably smaller. It could not be helped the source power of lightning was not qualified to compete with the 9 heavens flame and Xianin source water in a contest of source powers. The 3 battle beasts appeared and instantly roared simultaneously, exuding an aura that could suppress all the heavens for eternity. My gods! On the spectators' seats, someone grabbed their head, shivering uncontrollably. Are these really battle beasts that have been manifested? Why do I feel like they could insta-kill me with a single blow? Me too, someone beside him said in a shaking voice. The moment these 3 battle beasts appeared, at least 99% severing mundane tiers trembled, and even emperor tiers paled, feeling a humiliation that they could not accept. They couldn't even match these 3 battle beasts. It was enough that they could not match Ling Han. Both he and Zhao Qingfeng were super freaks, but this was only a technique that Ling Han had cast, and they couldn't hold up against even that, which was something they could not accept at all. Finally, Zhao Qingfeng looked serious. He, too, discovered the might of these 3 battle beasts. They were really very strong, and a coldness that made it seem as if he could be killed at any second rose up in him. However, this kind of coldness did not make him afraid in the slightest. On the other hand, he became incredibly excited. When he went berserk, his only wish was to kill, whether the one being killed was another or himself. Of course, as he was alive even now, it would only be others that were killed. Ha 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 ha. He laughed madly, multiple seals of great Tao appearing on his body. His fighting spirit had taken solid form and soared straight into the skies. Materialize, he shouted, and the 99 murderous shadows turned back into murderous aura, which then materialized into a gigantic human figure. Charge! He charged towards Ling Han, while the murderous aura figure met the three battle beasts. Boom! 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 By now the battle was divided into two different areas, with Ling Han battling Zhao Qingfeng, while the three battle beasts were fighting the murderous aura figure to death. The battles on both sides were incredibly intense. Blood splattered. Even if Ling Han's physique was incredibly tough, it was still inevitable that his skin would be split, but with the toughness of his godly bones, these were only light injuries. Zhao Qingfeng was not much better off. The bronze physique's defenses also had a limit, and after this limit was surpassed he too would suffer injury. The two supreme prodigies were both covered with wounds. They had really met a match. It was rare that they could encounter an opponent that could allow them to go all out in battle like this. While they could also go all out in a battle against dividing soul tier, they would not have that feeling of pressure as if they were walking on a tightrope, so that would not have the slightest benefit in improving their battle prowess. I have found your weakness. Zhao Qingfeng bared his mouth in a grin. He delivered a series of stabs, the angle of his strikes incredibly tricky, intending to pierce through the boneless parts of Ling Han's body and damage Ling Han's internal organs. After fighting for so long, he was naturally clear that the toughness of Ling Han's bones was not something that he could breach, but his skin was not as tough as that. As long as he could avoid the bones, he would be able to inflict a fatal injury on Ling Han. Ling Han merely humped. If the divine physique that had been cultivated through the indestructible heaven scroll could be dealt with like that, what right would it have to be ranked above celestial king tier techniques? Wanting to damage his internal organs? Easier said than done. However, his blood and flesh were too heavily damaged, which would also cause a very serious injury to him, and he could not truly ignore it. Ling Han, I am already tired of this. Zhao Qingfeng declared loudly. His bronze-like body exuded a dazzling brilliance, and his fighting spirit and vitality were burning to the pinnacle. This state could not be maintained for long. He needed to immediately kill Ling Han, and then gain his breakthrough amidst the slaughter. Heavens will guillotine, he exclaimed lowly. Boom, his whole person had vanished, and what replaced him was actually a gigantic bronze guillotine. The blade of the guillotine was shockingly his neck connected to his head. An indescribable aura rolled out. Ling Han felt as if his whole body had been set rigidly in place, and an indescribable reverence rose up from the depths of his heart. It was as if this guillotine was executing punishment on behalf of the heavens, and he could only accept the punishment without protest. The bronze guillotine flew over whilst Zhao Qingfeng proudly proclaimed, I am heaven's will itself. This was his strongest secret technique, the strongest attack that drew on the divine fetus. No matter how much of a prodigy you were, you ultimately would not be able to escape being sentenced by heaven's will. Your only fate would be death. Ling Han's fighting spirit soared, and instantly swept away all the negative feelings in his heart. However, the might of this guillotine was indeed frightening. It was really possible that it had approached the level of Yang Soul tier. But so what? The guillotine opened and harshly chopped out at Ling Han. The regulations of the great Tao rippled out, celestial light streaking through. Not good. Lu Xianming immediately stood up. Just now, even if there were defensive formations in place, his spirit had still been influenced by the heavens will guillotine. He actually hadn't reacted at the first instant, and only when the guillotine blade chopped down did he finally come back to his senses. Oh no, Ling Han was dead. His expression was full of bafflement. Someone being capable of fighting a close battle with Zhao Qingfeng, how hard would it be to find this kind of martial arts prodigy? But now, he had actually been eliminated by Zhao Qingfeng. Sighing, he slowly sat back down. Since he had already died, it was only a waste of emotion to think further of him. Meanwhile, Sun Dong yelled out in excitement. He had finally been killed. Now, his A*S could finally be comforted. Cheng Fengyun was also incredibly elated. After commenting for so many days, his judgment had finally come true for once, which made him practically weep in joy. Bewitching Maiden Ro and Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, meanwhile, were despondent. Though cheers rang out like thunder from all around them, they couldn't hear the slightest bit of it. In the end, Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was not as confident in Ling Han as the Empress. Otherwise, the Empress would not possibly be worried in the slightest. As the celestial light dispersed, the guillotine blade was still placed at Ling Han's neck, but the strike could not go through at all. They could all see Zhao Qingfeng's face was filled with shock. This had surpassed his imagination. He had drawn on the strongest attack of his divine fetus. It contained a sliver of celestial king tier regulations, and actually still did not manage to sever Ling Han's neck and behead him. This was extremely inconceivable. The cheers in the arena came to an abrupt halt. What was going on here? He didn't die even with that? Not only did he not die, he actually did not spill even the slightest drop of blood. Sun Dong was astounded. Cheng Fengyun was shocked, and a feeling of having fallen into a trap rose up in him. Ling Han showed a smile and said, "So this is your strongest move? Nothing impressive." He actively channeled the indestructible heaven's scroll. To say nothing of Zhao Qingfeng, even if Yan Shenlu himself was here, even if he was a fifth severance, he could not possibly kill Ling Han. The defense of the present Ling Han was at least at Yin soul level. "You should take a strike from me too," Ling Han stated calmly. The power of the fire divine fetus was unleashed, and boom, boundless flames surged out. It was as if a massive explosion had taken place in the whole arena, making everyone widen their eyes as if they were blind. They could not see anything clearly at all. When the light of the flames washed away, another figure had appeared in the arena. That was an elder that had a tall build, and like an eagle picking up a chicken, he had picked up a person in his hand, and that was Zhao Qingfeng. His limbs were drooping weakly, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Chapter 1875, Breaking Through. However, Ling Han sighed. Zhao Qingfeng was not dead. He had indeed sustained severe injuries, but at the last crucial moment, a powerful figure had interfered and saved him. The elder with a tall build turned to Ling Han and said, "Brat, don't be disappointed. I'm saving you here. If you had killed a member of the Eternal Prosperity sect, there would have been no place for you to hide in this whole wide world. You are an elite, so whatever you say." Ling Han bowed slightly and said, "My lord speaks true." In any case, he did not cultivate the regulation of slaughter. He had accumulated boundless appreciation through this battle, and once he had completely digested this, he would have a chance of advancing into the fourth severance. As for Zhao Qingfeng, when he left the city he would find a chance to kill him. "In this battle Ling Han is victorious," this tall, broad elder announced. This process of turning the tide had happened too quickly, and everyone had a slight difficulty in accepting this turn of events. Wasn't it Zhao Qingfeng who still had the absolute upper hand? Why had he lost all of a sudden? However, since this was personally announced by this powerful figure, who would dare express disagreement? Those who had placed bets all sighed. All of them had placed their bets on Zhao Qingfeng's victory, and the only difference was how many moves it would take, but now the result was so beyond expectations. One could only say that the gamble house had turned over a great profit. Everyone left gradually, and those like Sun Dong and Cheng Fengyun were at a loss. Even now they had not come back to their senses. Why was it Ling Han that had won? Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden finally released the breath that she was holding. She could feel that her whole body was covered with sweat, her face astonishingly pale. Meanwhile, Bewitching Maiden Ro humphed. This damn man was clearly very strong, yet caused her to worry so long for nothing. He really was despicable. Ling Han left, yet he had just barely walked out when he was met with a familiar face. "Brother Ling, I never thought I would actually see you here." Lu Xianming laughed loudly. Sun Dong, who was following behind him, shivered in fear. Only now did he realize what a big mistake he had previously made. As it turned out, Lu Xianming and Ling Han knew each other. No wonder Lu Xianming would be displeased about him, and the crux of the matter lay here. His heart clenched, and he instantly thought of a measure to make up for it. He hurriedly shot out quickly, bowed deeply towards Ling Han and said, "Brother Ling, I have previously offended you greatly. That was out of my own foolishness, and I hope Brother Ling would forgive me." A sliver of a smile flashed across Lu Xianming's face. This subordinate was not too bad. He had taken the initiative to admit his error, and had given Ling Han enough face. Lu Xianming was sure that Ling Han would be very pleased. Ling Han, on the other hand, did not think too much of it. Sun Dong had come to provoke him, and he had punished the former for it too, so he had long since forgotten about it unless Sun Dong did something again. Ling Han thus waved a hand dismissively and said, "I have already forgotten." Forgotten? Forgotten naturally meant that it was all water under the bridge. Only now did Sun Dong sigh in relief. He stole a glance at Lu Xianming, and seeing a smile appear on the latter's face, he knew that he had done the right thing. Brother Lu. Ling Han also raised his clasped hands in greeting towards Lu Xianming. Come, let's continue the conversation after we return, Lu Xianming said smilingly. There's no rush. I still have a companion, Ling Han replied with a smile. Yo, just one? Then what about me? Bewitching Maiden Ro walked over with swaying hips, and even if Lu Xianming had strong self-control against feminine charms, he couldn't help but look stunned. Even less needed to be said about Sun Dong. He had a fondness for women, so how could he possibly resist Bewitching Maiden Ro's charms? Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden stood beside Bewitching Maiden Ro, and immediately paled in comparison. As far as Ling Han knew, there were only two others that could emerge superior over Bewitching Maiden Ruth Empress and Hunyo. Ling Han sighed. What are you playing at, you witch? Are you really planning to deliver the 9 revolutions charm physique for my cultivation? Heh, since you are Brother Ling's friends, then let's go together, Lu Xianming said with a smile, though light flickered in the gaze he directed at Bewitching Maiden Ro. He had the confidence to capture this seductive witch for himself. Who was he? A young master of Alchemy City, and very soon he would advance and would become the future master of Alchemy City. And that was still not enough to make this delicate woman throw herself into his arms. Ling Han. Ling Han was indeed very strong, but this was Alchemy City. No matter how strong you were, you would only be a hired thug. Moreover, just how far was the severing mundane tier from ascending origin tier? At least in the future billions and billions of years, Ling Han only had potential. Hearing Lu Xianming say thus, Ling Han could not refuse either. He only beckoned Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden over, and wrapped an arm around her slender waist, which calmed Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden's heart greatly. There were thousands of years of affection between herself and Ling Han. Lu Xianming saw this and naturally was even more certain in his heart. Though he did not know why Ling Han was not interested in Bewitching Maiden Ro, what did that have to do with him? The group arrived at Lu Xianming's courtyard, and arrangements for the accommodations of Ling Han and his group were made first. Then everyone sat in the center of a garden with fine wine served to them. Sipping wine, they conversed idly. Lu Xianming's main focus was naturally recruiting Ling Han, but he did not have any position to do so at present. You see, he had first wanted to save Ling Han, yet had missed the chance, leading to the situation now in which he still owed Ling Han his life. How could he bring himself to speak of recruitment? Then they'd just start from being friends. He was the holy son of Alchemy City, and with his invitation, Lu Xianming naturally did not need to be concerned about the rules of the 4th level. Ling Han could stay however many days he wanted as long as Lu Xianming did not throw him out. On the 2nd day, the Tao-regulating pill was delivered. Ling Han did not consume it, but rather handed it over to the Empress. There were really too many treasures he had. Even the majority of celestial kings would be bloodshot with envy about the 9 heavens flame and Shenin source water. In comparison, the Empress's foundations were much weaker. And they had also been gained with the support of Small Tower. By now, only precious treasures like the heavenly Tao Jade could be of any help to Ling Han. The Tao-regulating pill was really not enough. In the case of the heavenly Tao Jade, he could only refine it after he had reached about the 4th Severance Peak stage. Otherwise, it would only make up for the shortcomings in his previous path of cultivation, but could not help one to attempt the 5th Severance. The Empress naturally would not be reserved with Ling Han. Initially, she still needed some time to break through to the 4th Severance, but with the Tao-regulating pill, she would definitely be able to break through in a shorter period of time. Ling Han was the same. He had really gained much from his battle with Zhao Qingfeng, and he himself had reached the 3rd Severance Peak stage. After this battle, he had reached a state of perfection, and immediately entered into seclusion to begin his breakthrough to the 4th Severance. This disappointed Lu Xianming slightly. He was still hoping to form amicable relations with Ling Han. In his eyes, attempting the 4th Severance was definitely something that would take a long time, and without over 10,000 years, one shouldn't even think of succeeding. Never mind. Their lifespan was unlimited now, so if he had to wait 10,000 years, then so be it. Inside the Black Tower, Ling Han sat down cross-legged underneath the reincarnation tree. The 4th Severance was already within sight, and he only had to complete the final dash. The battle with Zhao Qingfeng continuously flashed through his mind, and Ling Han picked out the shortcomings that he had observed. All these needed to be improved on, and the experience that came from battle caused him to rise to a higher level. Underneath the reincarnation tree, one day was equivalent to 100 years. Even if Ling Han had already seen hope, he had still stayed in the Black Tower for a whole 2 months, and only then did he finally sense the turning point for his breakthrough. When he stood up, the Empress too opened her eyes. Her breakthrough was similarly in sight. The two of them exited the Black Tower, their figures stepping on air, and arriving at a desolate mountain. Then they released their auras. Suddenly, tribulation clouds rolled out, enshrouding the air above them respectively, which was incredibly frightening. Is there something wrong with you people? At this moment, a naked Mad suddenly popped out of the wilderness. As he stopped in fury, he rapidly threw on some clothing, and there were actually 2 other women beside him. They similarly were quickly putting on their clothes. They just happened to be having a romp in the wild. Chapter 1876. Pill Concoction Again. Shimonda felt very depressed. By nature, he was wanton and unrestrained, and today, on a whim, he had brought 2 of his paramours to this wild mountainous area. With the skies as their blanket and the earth as their bed, he planned to have a completely unreserved party of 3. In the end, they had yet to begin when tribulation clouds had come all of a sudden. Someone was enduring a heavenly tribulation. Ordinarily speaking, the heavens had good eyes, and as long as you did not actively interfere, the divine lightning would not strike you even if you were close at hand. But after the divine lightning descended, what would happen to the shock waves that were created in the process was not within the heavens' range of consideration. Thus, when someone was experiencing the heavenly tribulation, it was still best to avoid them as much as possible. Unless it was a severing mundane tear enduring the heavenly tribulation, and you yourself were a dividing soul tear, then you couldn't just boldly stand within the scope of the heavenly tribulation. The aftermath that was generated could not possibly cause much damage to you only then. The problem here was that both Ling Han and the Empress were existences that were close to the monarch tier, and they were experiencing the heavenly tribulation for 4th severance, which was astonishingly terrifying. Shimonda naturally could only hurriedly pull his 2 female companions along and flee in a panic. Are you people doing it on purpose? When he had reached a safe area, Shimonda couldn't help but point at the skies and curse. Wasn't I just indulging myself in a bout of publicus ***? Do you guys have to cause trouble to me like this? However, when his eyes glimpsed the Empress, a stunned expression instantly appeared on his face. How could there be such a beautiful woman? Young master. The 2 beautiful women both played coy, patting their bountiful breasts, and looking as if they had not regained their wits from the terrible scare, and needed him to soothe their fears. If this had been any other time, Shimonda would definitely have gone nearer with a perverted expression, but at present, he did not have the slightest bit of interest. He carelessly pushed the 2 women to one side, his eyes fixed on the Empress while shining with a light that made him look like a hungry wolf. This guy. Finally, he had spotted Ling Han, and couldn't help but experience a shock. It's the guy that defeated Zhao Qingfeng. Immediately, he felt a cold chill rise up from the soles of his feet, and in an instant, all his lecherous intent was erased without a trace. The Shimen clan was very strong, and had an immortal palace tier ancestor keeping watch. In alchemy they could also be considered a respected clan, but it was only that. They had not reached the extent of having a critical role. However, it was rumored that a considerable number of powerful figures had already expressed interest in Ling Han, wanting to take him as disciple, son-in-law, or something of the like. In short, Ling Han was very popular now, overwhelmingly and outrageously popular. To offend Ling Han at this point in time was really a very unwise action. Shimonda might be a pervert, but he was no idiot. Our Shimen clan too wants to recruit this man, but has completely no way to contest with those mighty figures, Shimonda thought. However, he could be considered as having incurred a debt to me with this, so I could use this opportunity to befriend him. You should not covet the wives of your friends. Shimonda was well aware of this principle. Though he was lecherous, even robbers had their principles. He was definitely not going to steal his friend's wife, and all his friends were well aware of that. He would just sit by and watch as Ling Han and the Empress endured the heavenly tribulation, and when they were done, he would immediately approach and worm his way into befriending them. But as he watched, his expression slowly changed. This was the heavenly tribulation for 4th severance. Did they think he had never endured the 4th severance? When he endured the heavenly tribulation for the 4th severance, it did not even have a 100th of the power behind this. No, no, no. It was not only a 100th, it did not even have a 10,000th of the might of this heavenly tribulation. As expected of the man that had defeated Zhao Qingfeng. Hold on, Ling Han being so strong was one thing, but why was the heavenly tribulation for this beauty also so terrifying? Realization suddenly dawned on him. The heavenly tribulation was actually the best reflection of one's strength. The stronger the heavenly tribulation, the higher one's strength was. That was why the heavens would increase the might of the heavenly tribulation to temper them as appropriate. Monsters to monsters. This kind of woman was absolutely no one that he could covet. Shimenda immediately made up his mind, and did not dare to have any further ideas about the Empress. Half a day later, the heavenly tribulation had passed, the tribulation clouds dispersed, and both Ling Han and the Empress descended onto the ground, exchanging a smile with each other. Ling Han had greater gains. He had tempered his physique again, and truly reached the height of 3-star pseudo-divine metal. By now, while his battle prowess had still not reached the level of Yang Soul Tier, it was already very difficult for Yang Soul Tiers to kill him. Even if they were to refine him through regulations, that would need years to accomplish. If he faced Zhao Qingfeng now. A confident smile appeared on Ling Han's face. Within 100 moves he would definitely be able to kill him. Not defeat but rather kill. Ling Han looked towards Shimenda, smiled and said, "Friend, apologies. I thought there was no one here." It's fine. In any case I was not injured either." Shimenda grinned brightly. "I've yet to congratulate young Master Ling for advancing to the 4th severance. Becoming a dividing soul tier will be just around the corner." Ling Han was slightly surprised and asked, "You know me?" "By now, who would not know of young Master Ling in Alchemy City?" Shimenda asked. This naturally was an exaggeration, but flattery was always pleasant, so these words of flattery still made Ling Han considerably pleased. At least the Empress was very pleased. No matter how others flattered her, respected her, or feared her, she would take it all as a matter of course, but if it was flattering Ling Han, she would be elated. Ling Han chuckled. He naturally would not become smug and conceited, and treat this person as a close friend just because of a few flattering words. "Young Master Ling, why don't you come and visit my humble abode so I could host a celebratory feast in your honor?" Shimenda took the chance to offer an invitation. Ling Han shook his head and replied, "No need. I have other business." He paused, and thinking that he had indeed almost caused the heavenly tribulation to implicate these 3 people, he said, "I am presently staying at Lu Xianming's place. If you are free you can come and pay a visit." Good. Shimenda was just feeling a little disappointed, but when he heard the last few words, he was naturally overjoyed and nodded hurriedly. Ling Han directed a smile at the other, and holding the Empress's slender hand, he returned to Lu Xianming's place. When Lu Xianming knew that Ling Han had come out of seclusion, he couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. He had thought he would have to wait over 10,000 years at first, and when he discovered that Ling Han had actually successfully broken through to the 4th severance, he was incredibly astounded. It had just been 2 months and Ling Han had actually broken through. He really was a freak. Lu Xianming could not help but feel impressed. It was no wonder that Ling Han could defeat Zhao Qingfeng. His talent in martial arts was really awesome to the extreme. Thankfully, he himself was an alchemist, and no matter how outstanding Ling Han was, he could not possibly threaten his position. Lu Xianming wanted to celebrate Ling Han's feat, but was met with Ling Han's tactful refusal. The latter went out to look for a time cultivation chamber. He wanted to become a celestial-level alchemist in the shortest period of time possible. Initially, there were a great many higher-ups that wanted to recruit him, but he had just come out of seclusion, and then entered into seclusion again. It could not be helped. These people could only wait, which also caused some powerful figures to become angered. "You are but a mere severing mundane tier, so don't you think you are being too arrogant?" But when they found out that Ling Han had broken through to the 4th severance, the anger of these mighty figures all disappeared without a trace. Prodigy. He was really too genius. Immediately they made adjustments to their previous plans, and brought out more sincere conditions to recruit Ling Han. For the moment, Ling Han did not know of these matters. He was inside the time cultivation chamber, tirelessly working on pill concoction. On the 4th level, the acceleration effects had improved from 20 times to 30 times, but the price was also enough to strike one dumbfounded. The acceleration of 30 times shockingly needed 30,000 star stones for a single day. And this was also why people from the first level could come here, but there would not be many at all who could take out enough star stones to stay here for a day. Ling Han swept an eye over the Black Tower and paid for 10 days. 10 days after acceleration would mean 300 days, which was enough for him to concoct his first cauldron of celestial pills. He began to concoct pills and failed a few times consecutively. When it had reached the 5th day in the outside world, which was also over 150 days later in the cultivation chamber, he finally entered into a prime condition. The success of his first cauldron of celestial pills was close at hand. Ah! He suddenly humphed lowly, a strong shiver overcoming his whole body. All of a sudden he collapsed onto the ground. Ping! The cauldron went out of control and exploded immediately. Chapter 1877. The curse activates. Multiple veins popped out on Ling Han's forehead. He felt incredible agony take over his whole body. The black murderous curse had activated. It would activate once a year. Though the normal time had not passed, Ling Han had spent a considerable amount of time inside the time cultivation chamber, and added with that time, the time limit of a year was already reached. Because he himself had not expected it either, he was caught completely off guard. Ling Han directly lost all control, leading to the explosion of the cauldron. Now he was not in the mood to bother about that. He could only curl up on the ground, resisting that indescribable agony. Old Demon Blood Shadow was so sure that Ling Han would obediently work for him, and naturally there was a reason for it. That was because this pain was really incredibly piercingly agonizing, surpassing everything Ling Han had experienced before. Ling Han gritted his teeth and worked hard on resisting it. He had powerful determination, and did not submit under this kind of agonizing pain. Instead, he sat up in a cross-legged position, resisting the black murderous curse head-on. Not only was he going to become a monarch tier, he was also going to be an invincible overlord of all monarch tiers. Thus, he had to reach absolute perfection in every single aspect. Natural talent, determination, and effort, not a single one was dispensable. Multiple black vein patterns appeared on his body. That was the black murderous curse activating, and wreaking havoc in Ling Han's body. There was one thing that the old demon Blood Shadow had lied to Ling Han about. When the black murderous curse activated completely, the pain that Ling Han endured would only reach this extent. However, the moment it activated, it would not stop, but would rather torment Ling Han for as long as 10,000 years, and only then would it end his life. He said that when it truly activated, it would be 10,000 times worse, but that was only a mere threat for Ling Han so that he would do the job as best as he could. Droplets of cold sweat poured down Ling Han's forehead, but aside from the beginning when he was completely unprepared, and released a yell of pain, he did not let out a single sound further. He gritted his teeth tightly, and observed the channeling of the black murderous curse. It should be known that this was something planted by an ascending origin tier elite, and it was unavoidable that it contained his Tao. However, one could not possibly observe it usually. He would have long since been driven to screaming out in pain under the agonizing torment. How could he possibly bother to take notice of this? Ling Han had strong determination. He was observing the channeling of the black murderous curse. Then, as long as his strength had reached a certain extent, he would be able to dispel this black murderous curse by himself. If he could avoid dying once, he naturally did not wish to die. This kind of torment lasted for a total of a whole day and night. Ling Han wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead, and felt that all his clothes had been dampened with sweat. His spirit was very worn out, but the toughness of his spirit had strengthened slightly. A sliver of a smile appeared on his face. The old demon Blood Shadow would never have imagined that not only would this black murderous curse not become a seal that pushed him to death, it would instead have the effect of tempering his spirit. However, Ling Han did not have the slightest intention of thanking this old bastard. Once he had enough strength, he would definitely take off this old bastard's head. He rested for a dozen over days, and only then did he dust himself off and continued pill concoction. With the acceleration of time, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Han's expression was slightly excited, and with a sudden shout, "Pa pa pa," he delivered 3 consecutive palm strikes on the alchemy cauldron. The cauldron instantly shattered, but it was not an explosion due to failure. This timite had truly been destroyed by Ling Han's assault. 3 alchemical pills floated in the air. It was as if they had sprouted wings as they flew around in the air, but because this was a closed-off space, they could not possibly escape no matter what. Ling Han laughed, and stretching a hand to grab at the empty air, he made the 3 pills fall into the palm of his hand. Pills completed. They were Purple Moon Spirit Suppression Pills, a type of 1-star celestial pill. It was used by severing mundane tears, having the effect of suppressing one's spirit. During cultivation, cultivators would be comprehending Great Tao, but Great Tao was boundless, so how could it be so easily analyzed? It was very possible that the tables would be turned, causing the cultivator to lose himself within Great Tao. This Purple Moon Spirit Suppression Pill would then be able to suppress one's spirit so he would not lose himself. The ratio of celestial medicines used was different, and the Purple Moon Spirit Suppression Pill also had different grades due to the difference in skill of the alchemist, which were low grade, medium grade, high grade, and peak grade, respectively. These 3 Purple Moon Spirit Suppression Pills of mine should be capable of belonging to the medium grade, Ling Han assessed. This was not being modest or boastful, as that was indeed the case. Being able to reach the medium grade with my first successful concoction, I am indeed awesome. This time he was slightly proud of himself. However, this was actually Ling Han's second successful concoction. The first time he had been about to succeed, he had experienced the sudden assault from the black murderous curse, but the experience he should have accumulated he had still accumulated. Furthermore, his spirit had also become stronger this time round. Thus, the moment he succeeded in his concoction, it was medium grade. There was a reason for it. Ling Han used his divine sense like a blade, and emblazoned Han on the alchemical pills. Every alchemist would inscribe a unique seal on creations they were proud of. Though this could not be considered a creation that Ling Han was proud of, it was still the first cauldron of celestial pills he had concocted, and he really had spent a very, very long time on it. This was worth remembering. Because he had not reached the time of 10 days, Ling Han simply chose to concoct another cauldron of Purple Moon Spirit Suppression Pills. However, the grade did not increase and reach high grade this time. It was still medium grade. Even if he was the Alchemy Emperor, he could not ascend the heavens with a single step. He exited the cultivation chamber and returned to Lu Xinming's place. At this time, at least over a dozen forces sent representatives, and they were waiting for him. Some wanted to take him as a disciple, while some wanted to take him as a son-in-law. In short, they had all shown their greatest sincerity to make him one of their own. As usual, Ling Han refused them all. What a joke, wasn't this looking down on him? His target was becoming the future master of this alchemy city. Seeing Ling Han refuse the others one after another, Lu Xinming thought that Ling Han had done so for his sake, so he was naturally extremely pleased. Ling Han made his queries. To become an alchemist of Alchemy City, he had to undergo a test at the Alchemist Pavilion. The first step was becoming a junior apprentice, and then a middle-level apprentice, and then a high-level apprentice, and then only would he be qualified to be tested as an alchemist. The requirement for a high-level apprentice was being able to concoct level 20 divine pills, and above that was a 1-star alchemist, which was reasonable. Ling Han gave an oh. Actually, he was able to become a high-level apprentice right from the very beginning, but only thought that he would be able to open the great doors of Alchemy City by becoming a 1-star alchemist. He had really thought too much. But that was fine. By now, he could directly emerge as a 1-star alchemist, which was even more awesome. He went off to the Alchemist Pavilion to undergo the test. This time he had really kept a low profile, focusing completely on gaining the status of an alchemist. Thus, he did not even ask the Empress and Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden to accompany him. You see, if he would still attract trouble like that, then it really was not his fault. He did not delay the slightest on his journey. Ling Han soon arrived at the Alchemist Pavilion. It was an incredibly majestic and austere pavilion, occupying as many as 10,000 fields, and was indescribably tall and towering. This was the landmark of Alchemy City, or at least one of them. The truly majestic Alchemist Pavilion was at the 5th level, which was 100 times grander than the 4th level. Ling Han stood, raising his head to study it. As he ascended, there were as many as 300 meters of steps alone, and they were all paved with high-grade jade, exuding a faint luster. Ling Han. A voice rang out, and there was a young man standing on the steps. He was looking down on Ling Han loftily, and when he saw that Ling Han had glimpsed him, he descended the steps. I am Kansas. Kan, one of the holy sons of Alchemy City. Clearly he was deliberately waiting for Ling Han here, but why? Chapter 1878, Holy Sun O Kansas. Ling Han smiled faintly and asked, "How can I help you, Holy Sun O?" Okan had already descended the stairs with a few steps, and walked to Ling Han's side. He bared his mouth in a grin, 2 rows of teeth white and neat as he said, "You are truly a busy person. It really is difficult to even meet you." Ling Han only chuckled in response. This Okan put on a pretense as if they were old friends, but he was not even familiar with him. To say nothing of being familiar with him, he was not familiar with Lu Xianming even. It was just that the latter was very cordial, and added with the fact that Ling Han had also saved him before, he had thus accepted his invitation. His divine sense was sensitive, and discovered that there were at least 4 individual divine senses locked on him. But they were only at the severing mundane tiers level, so he naturally was completely fearless. They should belong to Okan's guards. He himself was only in the severing mundane tier. An alchemist did not need to have a high cultivation level, because the requirement for concocting celestial pills was only the severing mundane tier. If they could advance into this level, then they would be able to concoct even celestial pills. But in truth, because their divine sense was not strong enough, it was practically an impossible feat for a severing mundane tier to concoct a * celestial pill. At least, a miracle like that had yet to happen. Ordinarily, a severing mundane tier could concoct 2-star celestial pills at most, while dividing soul tier could concoct 3-star pills, only a level higher than themselves. And also because of that, when Alchemy City chose its heirs, there was no need for cultivation level to become the largest factor of consideration. It was fine as long as they could advance into the severing mundane tier. With oceans of alchemical pills bombarding them without any care for the expense, advancing to the ascending origin tier was no mere dream. Of course, being capable of becoming high-grade alchemists, how could they themselves possibly be any idiots? Thus, the chairperson of Alchemy City ordinarily would possess the cultivation level of the ascending origin tier, but this battle prowess was possibly the weakest in the ascending origin tier. Even if they reached consummate level, they would only possess the standard of great accomplishment. Whatever the case, because Okan's cultivation level was not high and furthermore they were in Alchemy City, the only people he could mobilize would only be at the severing mundane tier. "Ling Han, are you interested in working for me?" Okan saw Ling Han was expressionless and did not beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. Ling Han shook his head and very crisply answered, "No." Okan's expression looked a little ugly after having been rebuffed like this. For a holy son like himself, whose status was noble, it was really very difficult to hear others say no to him. Thankfully, his composure control was not too bad and he immediately suppressed this kind of displeasure. "Aren't you going to hear the conditions I offer?" He forced out a sliver of a smile. "No need." Ling Han shook his head. The other party had probably misunderstood. Ling Han had no intention of working for Lu Xianming at all, and now he was only a guest at the Lu clan. But true, this was Alchemy City where alchemists were revered and respected. Cultivators had their martial arts and weren't they all wanting to sell themselves to high-grade alchemists, and would thus have no worries of getting a few alchemical pills for their efforts. After advancing to the severing mundane tier, the rate of cultivation would slow down to a snail's pace if a cultivator could not be supported with celestial medicines. They could only advance further by depending on celestial medicines. After advancing into the severing mundane tier, cultivation was actually a contest with time. Otherwise, a few more immortals' tribulations and they really would be killed if their own strength had not increased. Hence why alchemists had such outstanding status. From a certain aspect they had grasp over the life of a cultivator. Okan had been rebuffed twice in a row, and his displeasure finally seeped into his expression, and he said, "Ling Han, don't forget yourself. No matter how much of a prodigy you are merely a severing mundane tier, and are not yet qualified to ask for sky-high prices." Ling Han sighed. Why had he encountered yet another idiot? What did he do? "Refusing your offer of recruitment means that I am looking down on you, and have forgotten myself in my conceit? Fuck, has he proposed a price? Asking for sky-high prices your sister. How could there be such a person who went off talking on his own?" Ling Han's expression also turned cold and he said, "Step aside and don't waste my time." "Ling Han." Okan's voice rose a few pitches higher. "I know you are merely waiting for a good offer. I might as well tell you, though Lu Xianming's present situation is indeed superior, us other holy sons and holy daughters are not people to be trifled with either. There are 9 holy sons and holy daughters of Alchemy City, and aside from a few useless pieces of trash, Iou Kanjiao Bang, and Qin Guyu are all qualified to contest with Lu Xianming. Furthermore, we have already decided to join forces and kick him out of the contest first. You are clinging to a tree that is destined to wilt, isn't that too stupid? This was an idiot. Which ear have you heard with, and which eye have you seen with that I am going to mix around with Lu Xianming? You can't be that self-opinionated. Ling Han shook his head. He was really worried about the IQ of this person. And he wanted to contest for the position of chairperson like this. Alright. Ling Han's own aim was also to become the chairperson of Alchemy City, or at least an heir. Firstly, he could make his name known so he could reach Commander Guan, and secondly, he was fond of alchemy in the first place, and was of a mind to develop himself here. Going by that logic, whether it was this Okan or Lu Xianming, they were actually all his competitors. Ling Han scratched his head. Previously, he had not taken this problem into consideration. As the Alchemy Emperor, he was too confident in himself in the area of alchemy. With all others being mediocre, there really were none that he took seriously. Thus, he had never taken Lu Xianming and the other 9 holy sons and holy daughters to heart and considered them his rivals. It was just like when the Lion King ascended the throne. Would he have to be concerned about a few lambs that he had passed on his way? Ling Han broke into a grin. Since Okan was also a competitor, then there was no harm in playing around with him and striking a blow to his pride. Then what do you suggest? He asked. Okan instantly bore an expression of pride. See, he only had to reveal his trump card slightly, and this brat had cowered as expected. Just playing up to those in power. This was also his twisted logic. If you did not listen to me, then you had forgotten yourself in your conceit. If you listened, you were merely playing up to those in power. In any case, it was still he who was in a lofty position, and everything was up to him to decide. I will give you 2 choices. The first is an inferior plan, and that is to leave Lu Xianming and get out of Alchemy City. The second is a superior option, and that is to come under my banner, and I will take you to the pinnacle of your life. Ling Han almost spluttered in laughter. Why don't you just go ahead and say that you will allow me to show off and fly? He shook his head and said, I choose the third option. What third option? There was no third option. Okan's expression cooled and he said, Oh, you want to add on a condition? Fine, then go ahead and say it. Ling Han smiled and said, I'll be the boss, and you holy sons and holy daughters should all come and bow down to me. By the look of things now, this was a joke, but only Ling Han was filled with confidence. In future, he was to become the king of Alchemy City. Then, whether it was Okan, Lu Xianming, or the other holy sons and holy daughters, they would all have to bow down to him as their master. Ha 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 ha. Okan laughed quickly in derision. This time he had really been angered. A mere severing mundane tear. So what if you were even more of a prodigy? This was Alchemy City. Ling Han ascended the steps and said, Step aside. At first, Okan wanted to make a move, but thinking of Ling Han's terrifying strength, the hand that he had raised slightly immediately lowered. If he did make a move, he would only be asking for his own humiliation. Furthermore, he would be shamed if he, a noble holy son, was to be beaten. He humphed and followed Ling Han with a wave of his sleeve. Ling Han, then I'll just let you see what kind of power the holy son of Alchemy City has. You want to buy alchemical pills? Hee, without my agreement, just see who would dare sell anything to you. He deserved to be a holy son even with such narrow-mindedness. Ling Han shook his head internally. In comparison, Lu Xianming was indeed considerably stronger. It was no wonder he was the most popular. However, his intention was not to buy alchemical pills in the first place. If you continue to think so highly of yourself, aren't you afraid that you would fly into rage out of humiliation later? Speaking of rage out of humiliation, Ling Han involuntarily smiled. Then he'd just play around with this guy. Chapter 1879, Causing Trouble. Not only was the Alchemist Pavilion the place to authenticate alchemists and alchemist trainees, it was also the largest pharmacy of every level that sold alchemical pills. How could Okan possibly think that Ling Han was here to take the test for alchemists? In his eyes, he had to have come to buy celestial pills. As a holy son, Okan had special privileges. If he couldn't even decide who could buy the alchemical pills, this title would really be too useless. Ling Han ignored him and continued on ahead, his speed very fast. Ken hurriedly set off in pursuit with large strides. As he saw it, Ling Han wanted to throw him off his tail, and then go to purchase alchemical pills. Tui in his dreams. Behind him, 4 guards appeared and followed closely behind. The distance of a few hundred meters was nothing to a severing mundane tier. Though there were protective formations here which largely restricted the speed of traveling, that was only a few breaths' time. Ling Han thus entered into the great pavilion. The first floor of this great pavilion sold alchemical pills. Multiple pill drawers were lined up, and there was no end in sight. Furthermore, they were rows upon rows and their exact number was unknown. Even in a celestial king tier level force, it was still mortals below severing mundane tier that were the majority, and Alchemy City was naturally no exception either. Thus, the majority of alchemical pills here were sold to mortals, and the largest number was targeted at immortal level. There were also very few that were meant for the shattering void tier and below. That was because citizens of the celestial realm were born powerful. The majority was already in the shattering void tier by birth, so would there still be any need for alchemical pills for spiritual ocean tier or heaven tier? Ling Han began to walk around. A celestial had a limitless lifespan, at least it was fine to waste 1 or 2 days' time. Ken followed him all the way, and wherever they went, the attendants behind the pill cabinets would pay their respects to him. A holy son was high and noble. A hint of pride appeared on Ken's face. The previous blow that had wounded his confidence was currently recovering. See, that is how awesome and amazing I am. Ling Han deliberately stopped and asked for the pricing of the alchemical pills. Ken stood behind him and directly said, "No sale." The attendant showed a troubled expression. What logic was there to pushing customers out the door in a business? But this holy son had already spoken, and no matter how brave he was, he did not dare go against his will. "Customer, many apologies. This pill is not for sale," he said with slight anxiety, fearing that he would lose his job, but what he feared more was that Ling Han would hold a grudge against him. After all, he was only in the heavenly body tier. Ling Han chucked and continued on walking ahead. Whatever pill that he stopped to ask about the price of, the vendors all directly told him it was not for sale under Ken's overbearing pressure. After walking around for a good while, Ling Han indeed could not possibly purchase a single alchemical pill. "How about it? Do you now know the consequences of going against my will?" Ken asked proudly, and then his tone turned cold. "Furthermore, though Alchemy City forbids murder, do you know that some people could possibly disappear inexplicably? I heard you have 2 beautiful wives too. TSK. You can't be hoping to make them into widows, right? Women are really too unreliable. Possibly not even grass has sprouted on your grave, and they are already playing coy in the arms of another man." These words were very malicious and filled with threat. Instantly, Ling Han's expression darkened. "If you want to play around, I'll play with you, but you actually direct the spearhead at my wives." Ling Han could not tolerate that. "Who do you think you are?" Ling Han turned around abruptly. He grabbed Ken's collar and picked him up. Though the latter was a peak stage 4th Severance King tier in front of Ling Han, he couldn't even fight back in the slightest. This was completely one-sided suppression. "If you are so determined to seek death, fine, I'll oblige you." Ling Han patted Ken's face with his palm. "Just hold on. If I don't kill you, then my name isn't Ling Han." Very quickly he released his hold. This was the Alchemist Pavilion, and if he made a move on an alchemist, especially one that was a holy son, that would be too unwise. Ken still shivered in fear. That previous look in Ling Han's eyes possessed a very frightening aura, causing his heart to feel lingering fear. Even now, he had not regained his composure, but he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. In Alchemy City, in the Alchemist Pavilion, Ling Han actually dared to threaten him. This was his territory. "How dare you?" He was so furious it felt like his chest was close to bursting. However, while Ling Han had indeed picked him up just now, he did not make any further more, so he could not flare up. Firstly, it would make him seem too narrow-minded, and secondly, Ling Han's reputation was not weak at all in recent times. If he could not take hold of Ling Han's weakness and use it to compel him to join him, then he definitely would be targeted by Lu Xianming, and pay an exorbitant price. His face was livid. "Do you really think that I can't do anything to you?" Ken quickly set off after him. He had already made up his mind. Today he would not let Ling Han buy a single alchemical pill, even if it was the very lowest grade of alchemical pill. And after today he would send out assassins to get rid of Ling Han. Just like he had said, in Alchemy City, some people could possibly disappear for no reason. As long as no bodies were discovered, who could say for sure that they had died? Ling Han walked to the end of this great pavilion, and was immediately halted. Visitors stop here. From the second floor onwards, it is not open to visitors. A guard immediately lowered the long spear in his hands, blocking Ling Han's way forwards. Oken crossed his arms over his chest behind him, watching coldly. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "I want to undergo the test for alchemists." Pooh. Immediately, Oken spluttered, the expression on his face indescribably strange. "You want to take the test for alchemists? You have got to be joking, right? You are just a prodigy of martial arts. Could it be that you think that you are an all-round prodigy?" The guard faltered slightly. Going by the rules of Alchemist Pavilion, this was indeed allowed. He said, "Then please wait. Allow me to make a report." He had a sound transmission stone, which could allow for instant communication across a short distance. Of course, this short distance was referring to the whole space of the 4th level of Alchemy City. After a while, a young man that looked like an alchemy apprentice walked out through the passage. When he saw Ling Han, he calmly asked, "So you are the one that would like to be authenticated as an alchemist?" "That's right." Ling Han nodded. Lord Holy Sun. This alchemy apprentice had just discovered Okan's presence, and quickly paid his respects. Okan waved him off dismissively, indicating that the other needed not have any reservations. This alchemy apprentice thought that Ling Han was deliberately brought over by Okan, and the prideful expression on his face immediately disappeared. He cordially said to Ling Han, "Are you already a high-grade trainee now?" "No." Ling Han shook his head. "Then a middle-grade trainee?" "No." "Beginner trainee?" "No." After asking for 3 times consecutively, and getting 3 negative answers in a row, the alchemy apprentice couldn't help but grit his teeth. "Then where did you get the pride to actually declare that you want to take the test for alchemists?" "According to the rules, the test must begin from the lowest grade of trainee. Only high-grade trainees can test for the status of alchemist," this alchemy apprentice said carefully, fearing that he would anger Kansas. "Fine." Ling Han nodded. It was only a matter that would take more twists and turns. Simple enough. Okan merely smirked coldly by the side but did not correct him. He wanted to have Ling Han be praised here, praised so much to a lofty position, and then he would kick him off the pedestal with a single move so that he would be completely shamed. The alchemy apprentice led Ling Han to the 2nd floor, and then began the procedure for testing. Because the first step was only becoming a beginner trainee, there was only a middle-grade trainee as witness. "Greetings, Lord Holy Sun." That middle-grade trainee hurriedly paid his greetings when he saw Kansas. He immediately understood. Ling Han had to have a powerful background as he was qualified to have Okan accompany him. Even if he was as stupid as a pig, he would be lenient and allow him to pass. After all, it was only a beginner trainee. There would not be any investigations done. "Have him concoct the green rainbow pill," Okan suddenly spoke up. "Ah." That middle-grade trainee was instantly shocked. That was because the green rainbow pill was the hardest to concoct among beginner-grade alchemical pills. In fact, it could be compared to middle-grade alchemical pills. Chapter 1880, Alchemist Test. "Hadn't you come here to show support?" The middle-grade trainee couldn't understand. Why had he now come around to demand that Ling Han concoct the alchemical pill of the highest level of difficulty? But now that the Lord Holy Sun had spoken, did he dare raise any doubt? He did not even dare to ask the reason and directly said to Ling Han, "Then you just concoct the green rainbow pill. Who knows, it may be that he is specialized in concocting this one." Ling Han nodded indifferently. They came to an alchemy chamber. Ling Han gave his name and then entered, beginning his path of ascension in alchemy in the celestial realm. Okan sneered. He wanted to show Ling Han that with his help, it would not be any difficult matter for him to get the position of a low-grade alchemy trainee, or even the highest-grade alchemy trainee, but if he was angered? In the alchemy chamber, Ling Han had already begun. He started from separately picking out the medicinal ingredients, extracting essence, opening the cauldron and starting the fire, all done smoothly. Amazing. The middle-grade trainee couldn't help but praise. One would know with just a comparison. He at least was inferior to Ling Han in these techniques. They were pleasing to see. This was practically a feast for the eyes. Oken was also shocked. As it turned out, Ling Han really knew how to concoct alchemical pills. At first, he had thought Ling Han had just been infuriated by his actions, and had thus blurted out he wanted to take the alchemist test, but it seemed like that was not the case. Could it be that he had not come to buy alchemical pills from the start? True, Lu Xianming should have a very high opinion of this guy. Then, no matter what alchemical pills Ling Han wanted, Lu Xianming would be able to provide them for him. What need was there for Ling Han to personally come to this place? But there was no perfect being in this world. Everyone had limited energy. Furthermore, Ling Han was far from reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, so how could he possibly have additional time to spend on alchemy? How had he gained all these abilities? An all-round prodigy? I don't believe it. However, whether Oken believed it or not, in any case, Ling Han had already entered into a brilliant state. Only after less than half a day, a cauldron of green rainbow pills was successfully concocted. They naturally were of the highest grade. Passed. The middle-grade trainee's expression was filled with admiration. It was no wonder that this person could be personally accompanied by Kansas. No wonder he could concoct the green rainbow pills which were of the highest difficulty level. He did indeed have that ability. Kan's expression was incredibly dark. This was practically a slap to his face. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, "Next, I wish to continue testing for a middle-grade trainee." The middle-grade trainee was not qualified to hold the position of witness further. He immediately went off to make a report, and then 3 high-grade trainees came. "Greetings, Holy Son." They first paid their respects to Kansas. Oken waved them off. At present he, too, was slightly curious where Ling Han's limits were. "Then concoct the Heaven and Earth Unity pill," he spoke up. The 3 high-grade trainees froze at the same time. The Heaven and Earth Unity pill had belonged to the category of high-grade alchemical pills a very, very long time ago. However, afterwards, due to certain reasons, it was again categorized as a middle-grade alchemical pill, but this was enough proof of the difficulty level of this alchemical pill. Ling Han was testing for a middle-grade trainee, and you directly demanded that he concocted what could practically be considered a high-grade alchemical pill. Wasn't this just making it difficult for him? But they did not dare to say anything. The Lord Holy Son had spoken, so who would dare draw calamity onto themselves? Thus, Ling Han began to concoct the Heaven and Earth Unity pill. The moment he began, these 3 high-grade trainees became enchanted, deeply impressed by Ling Han's movements. This really was a rookie? He was practically a veteran alchemist with how amazingly skilled he was. Passed. After assessing Ling Han's completed pill, the 3 high-grade trainees all gave it a high grade. Ling Han broke into a smile and said, "Let's continue with the test for a high-grade trainee." Trainees were trainees. Even if they were of the high grade, they could not possibly alert an alchemist. But the number of witnesses had increased from 3 to 10. Oken did not speak further from the sidelines. He had finally seen the facts. Ling Han indeed had great accomplishments in the area of alchemy. Forget it, what does it matter if you get authenticated as a high-grade trainee? In any case, you wouldn't be able to live for too many days more. Alchemist? What a joke. Even if a high-grade trainee wanted to ascend to this level, without over 100 million years of training, that was absolutely impossible. But looking at Ling Han's flame of life, he couldn't be over 10,000 years old, so how could that be possible? Without Oken exerting pressure from the sidelines, the difficulty level of this test naturally dropped sharply. Ling Han could simply concoct any type of high-grade alchemical pill instead of one specific type. This naturally was just a matter of course for him. The alchemy chamber also had the effects of speeding up time. After merely 1 day, a high-grade alchemical pill was completed. Passed. The 10 high-grade trainees had long since been impressed by Ling Han's skill, and showed expressions of admiration without reservations. Their heated and maddened eyes made even Ling Han feel slightly discomfortable. "I'll continue with the test for an alchemist," Ling Han hurriedly said. When these words were spoken, a dead silence fell over the area. "Test for an alchemist? You really are so ambitious. Do you know how many alchemists are there even in Alchemy City? 138,643. Though it was over 100,000, how big was Alchemy City? This was a 4-star city, and the population numbered in the millions and millions. Furthermore, these alchemists did not all originate from Alchemy City, but comprised about half the number in the entire Eastern Celestial Realm. And even then it was just slightly over 130,000. From this, it was clear how high the requirements were for becoming an alchemist. What alchemist did not work earnestly a few hundred million billion, or tens of billions of years as a high-grade trainee? Some were still holding the title of high-grade trainee even until death. Furthermore, this was the fate of the very large majority. If that was not the case, how could alchemists possess such a high status? That which was rare was dear, and it was the same for people. From a certain aspect, alchemists were even rarer than exquisitely beautiful women. What is it? I can't? Ling Han asked smilingly. You can take the test, but you will have to concoct celestial pills, which need the use of celestial medicine, a high-grade trainee said. The pavilion does not provide any celestial medicine. You have to prepare your own. No problem, Ling Han answered. Seeing how resolute Ling Han was, Okan finally showed a hint of wariness. Could Ling Han really do it? No one was an idiot. If they did not have some amount of certainty who would come to the alchemist pavilion and fail, be embarrassed, and lose their wealth in public like this. But to say Ling Han possessed the abilities of a one-star alchemist, how could this be believed? The 10 high-grade trainees exchanged looks and one of them said, fine. However, the alchemist test requires an alchemist to invigilate. They were not qualified to authenticate an alchemist. Ling Han nodded. The alchemist test would create a big commotion. Just think about it. How many alchemists were there in the whole alchemy city? And those that could become alchemists would at least have to be in the severing mundane tier, but throughout such extended passage of time, there were actually only a total number of just over 130,000. Thus, when it was heard that someone was going to undergo the alchemist test, this naturally created a huge commotion. It was possible that this was the rise of a new star. Perhaps this someone was going to become a giant pillar in the future of Alchemy City. Who knew? To say nothing of alchemists being alerted, even a great many cultivation clans sent out representatives to observe the event. A new alchemist was worth recruiting. But when everyone found out that the person that was undergoing the alchemist test was Ling Han, they all had about the same thoughts. You have got to be joking? You are a martial arts prodigy here, the man who has defeated Qingfeng while you yourself are inferior by one minor level, and now you actually went off to concoct alchemical pills, ignoring your proper occupation? Has your head been kicked by a donkey? It is not that being an alchemist is bad, but you can't put the cart before the horse. If you have so much energy, why aren't you spending it on cultivation? Fuck. Chapter 1881. Ling Han is going to concoct celestial pills. When they found out this person was Ling Han, everyone's feelings of anticipation instantly declined by half. Professionals were in charge of different aspects. There were limits to one's energy, and this was an incredibly realistic problem. Just how many years had you been alive for? Those with strong insight could very accurately make an assessment below 500 years. Then even if you had spent your life in the time cultivation chamber that even had the highest grade of time acceleration effects ever since birth, when all was said and done, that would only be 50,000 years. Becoming a one-star alchemist in 50,000 years? You've got to be joking, you must be crazy. But no matter what, a great prodigy of martial arts actually taking the alchemist test still incited the interest of the majority, and they watched from the sidelines. Furthermore, once the news spread out, it had even drawn the attention of a good number of holy sons and holy daughters. Some were qualified to contest for the position of chairperson, such as Lu Xianming, Jiao Bang and Qingguyu. The other holy sons and holy daughters knew that there was no hope for them to beat the competition, and had thus long since withdrawn from worldly matters, keeping an incredibly low profile. To say who was the very most stunned, that would have to be Lu Xianming. What did Ling Han mean? This question kept turning over and over in his mind. As a prodigy of martial arts, why did he want to become an alchemist? If Ling Han really became a one-star alchemist, the significance of this would be long-lasting and powerful. A one-star alchemist that had not exceeded 50,000 years in age. This was a supreme super genius, which was even more stunning than Ling Han having defeated Qingfeng. After all, there were many martial arts prodigies. To say nothing of those farther away, merely Yan Xianlu alone was capable of suppressing a whole generation, and becoming a supreme monarch. However, a one-star alchemist that had not exceeded 50,000 years in age was really something that hadn't even been heard of. This kind of prodigy would be fully supported by the Alchemy City. A new holy son. If he held the titles of both martial arts prodigy and alchemy prodigy, then what other holy son or holy daughter could contest with Ling Han for the position of future chairperson of Alchemy City? There was definitely no one that could match him, and he would be invincible. Lu Xianming felt as if there was thunder booming in his head. At this moment he only had one thought. Ling Han definitely, absolutely could not succeed. Otherwise he would be forced to stand on Ling Han's opposing side. He definitely could not possibly allow anyone to threaten his future position as chairperson. Involuntarily he turned to look at Qingguyu, Jiao Bang and O Kansas. Coincidentally, these three people were also looking at each other, and they could all see a signal from each other's eyes. There definitely could not be another holy son, much less a freakish prodigy like Ling Han. However, most people did not have that thought. On the contrary, some were very expectant. If Ling Han could succeed, then with his skill in both alchemy and martial arts, he would definitely become a legendary character of Alchemy City. And thus, in such complicated and anticipatory circumstances, Ling Han entered into the alchemy chamber, taking the most important step for him in Alchemy City. He was naturally going to concoct the Purple Moon Spirit Suppression Pill. Merely the time for concoction would be as long as 3 months. Thankfully, this alchemy chamber had time acceleration effects 100 times at that. Thus, if Ling Han could succeed, he would only need a single day as measured outside. In the eyes of everyone, all of Ling Han's movements had been sped up by 100 times. Hence, his movements were even smoother and faster, but even if they had been sped up by 100 times, his movements were still as smooth as water, causing everyone to feel as if they were enjoying a feast for the eyes. Exclamations of shock rang out in the surroundings. There was no lack of real alchemists here. As the saying went, laymen simply enjoyed the show, while connoisseurs recognized the artistry. Judging from Ling Han's movements, he indeed had the style of a veteran alchemist. This caused them to be incredibly shocked. Such a young alchemist's existence was really too inconceivable. It could only be said that there really were prodigies in this world, just that they all had not uncovered them previously. The expressions of Lu Xianming, O Kan, and the others became gradually uglier. Ling Han had already begun pill concoction. Though this was the very most crucial step, a feeling of great foreboding already rose up in them. Who knew? This guy might really be able to succeed. They were all afraid. Though they were all holy sons and holy daughters, and in fact had reached the height of a 2-star alchemist, compared with Ling Han's accomplishments they would pale in color. There were many alchemists that were of a higher grade than them, so why was it that they were the holy sons and holy daughters? That was because they had the potential to charge up to 3 stars, 4 stars, or even 5 stars. But if Ling Han could become a 1-star alchemist while he was less than 50,000 years old, then his potential undoubtedly surpassed all others. This was a powerful enemy. The 4 holy sons and holy daughters looked at each other, and all of them felt an intense killing intent rise up in them. Even Lu Xianming was no exception. His heart had already hardened. In the outside world, 1 day's time passed very quickly, and in the alchemy chamber Ling Han was also about to pass 100 days' time. In his hands, alchemy had become an art, exuding a kind of beauty to it. He suddenly struck the cauldron strongly. The 9 heavens flame flickered slightly, and the cauldron instantly exploded. He failed? Everyone was watching with captivation, and when they saw that the cauldron had abruptly exploded, they were naturally very disappointed. But that was fine. Being able to hold on for so long until the cauldron exploded, Ling Han would definitely be able to become a 1-star alchemist without having to try many more times. Such a young 1-star alchemist, and added with the halo of being a great prodigy of martial arts. What kind of notion was this? A new star? This was definitely a super rising star, and was worth being recruited at all costs. Lu Xianming and the others also breathed out sighs of relief, but they had also become more cautious. They definitely had to get rid of Ling Han as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he had become a 1-star alchemist or even a holy son, it would really be too difficult. However, everyone's expressions changed in the next second. Though the cauldron had shattered, 3 alchemical pills were dancing in the alchemy chamber. As if they had sprouted wings, they wanted to flee. He succeeded. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was really unexpected, and the expressions of Lu Xianming and the others also became incredibly ugly in an instant. They were aware that a frightening opponent would soon emerge. Ling Han opened his palm and grabbed the 3 soaring alchemical pills. With a surge of origin power, the 3 pills obediently stayed in his palm. He pushed the doors open and stepped out, tossing the alchemical pills to an alchemist, and smilingly said, "Please examine." Shua, a great many alchemists immediately gathered around. Hiss, not only were they successfully concocted, they are also medium grade. This young man, are you people sure that he is a martial arts prodigy? I have stayed at the level of 1-star alchemist for over 7 billion years, and have not concocted medium-grade celestial pills even now. I practically am an extreme idiot. All the alchemists chattered away incredibly stunned. It was really not easy for an alchemist to emerge, what more this kind of rookie that had risen up so strongly. He was really too scary. This was practically starting from medium grade. Ling Han, an alchemy apprentice, walked over. He looked to be only 15 to 16 years old, but his real age would at least have to be over millions and millions of years. The flame of life could not deceive. Seeing him walk over, everyone bore expressions of seriousness. Even those alchemists were no exception, and they all separated, giving way for him. They were not revering this alchemy apprentice, but the person he represented. Alchemist Zi Cheng. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.